Hi. Hi. Thanks for elixir, DKP. Thank you. Okay. Hi, hello, and welcome back to the Great Ace Attorney Adventures, which is a part of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Yeah, okay. We're about to start a new case. Wait a second. Is it the fourth case we're gonna start? I think so. We finished 3. So, okay, great. Let's go. It's a little bit too loud for me. Fingers. I got warmed up. I even, tea really helps, I gotta say. Warm, actually hot drinks do help with warming up, and I was wearing a sweater. That helped a lot. I even felt kind of hot, so I took off the sweater, but not sure if it was a good idea. I started to feel a little bit chill again. We'll see how it goes. But fingers did warm up. And hi, Mel. Gloves. Oh, I actually do have gloves. You know, Russia, we have winter. Sometimes I feel like it. I'm not sure how comfortable it is to play with gloves on, to be honest. You know, I need some tactile feeling of my controller and keyboard. Yeah. What kind? The winter ones? Warm gloves? Are there others? I mean, I also have some gloves for cleaning, but this is a different thing. Continue. Well, it's too warm there where you live, I guess. Yeah, episode 4, The Adventure of the Clouded Kokoro. Have no idea what it means, but let's see. We're just about to start this new episode. Oh. Material. Well, I have no idea. I don't think it's natural, because everything natural is it costs a lot.
I begin to think, Wilson, said Sholmes, turning his head languidly in my direction, that there is more to this case
Wilson
than
and
that
Sholmes.
which we have observed.
What?
Indeed, that there may be another part to this story that we are yet to discover. His eyes wandered, following the steam rising from his cup of herbal tea, leading him to the distant memory of that snowy evening. To the young lady collapsed on the pavement along Briar Road, and to the knife in her back. Lit in the soft glow of gas lamps, a most extraordinary scene had been set. And under the cover of a light fog, the curtain had risen silently on the insoluble mystery of our invisible killer.
Who's Soseki Kokoro? Who's that? Oh, we're back in the Supreme Court? Wait, that's a... Wait, I thought... Isn't that supposed to be Academy here? Hi, Susato! I've been missing you, gotta say. I forgot your name, though. Good thing this game lets you, like, know their names. Did you sleep last night, Mr. Naruhodo? Yeah, I wonder, did he, like, after so many stressful events... I didn't sleep well tonight for some reason. No, not at all. It was an enormous hotel, wasn't it? And? Writer? He wrote a book called... The writer in this game wrote a book? I didn't know. Hi, Infra. Natsume... Wait. Why don't I know the name? Attorney Online? I never heard of it. What is it? Is it related to the series? The rooms were so luxurious, I felt like we were staying in the palace. And with all the gas lights twinkling, it was brighter than day even in the middle of the night. What about those enormous beds? After my time on the SS Buria, I wasn't going to waste a single inch of that space. I spent the entire night rolling from one side of the mattress to the other. Oh yes, it really was the sort of night you can only dream of normally. Except when I learned that we owed £3 for the rooms, that dream quickly turned out a nightmare. Wait, I mean, weren't you supposed to talk about the price before getting the room? Oops, sorry about that. The building was so impressive and the entrance so inviting. I just wandered in without thinking. In a lodging house in Japan, that sum of money would put a roof over your head for a whole year. Wow, way to waste money. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't help my tears when we were presented with the bill. Oh no, don't cry. I hope I'm pretty sure Naruhodo will pay for all of it. Yeah. Topic with people and choose a character to defend, something like... This sounds interesting. Real people though. Ew. Well, never mind. We must find some more affordable lodgings straight away though. If we are not careful, our entire stipend will be used up in 10 days or less. London is a scary place. Every place is scary if it's not your home, no? Ah, good morning to you at this early hour. Ah, that's my favorite man. Oh, yes, we are... Well... Nice way to introduce yourself. Again. Good morning to you, Lord Chief Justice. We have come to report on the outcome of the trial at the Old Bailey yesterday. I'm still confused why they didn't go to talk to him right away after the trial, because it ended up... Didn't it end... I think it was still a day. Yeah, this is pretty much how you describe Ace Attorney. Kinda. Susato-san is amazing. She doesn't bat an eyelid, even in the presence of the imposing Lord Strongheart. Yes, I believe you had a very comprehensive initiation with British courtroom practices. Oh, yes. It was very eye-opening, thank you. And, in accordance with your instructions, Lord Strongheart, Mr. Naruhodo performed his duty to the end. Yeah, we won the case. Yes, I've already been apprised of events. You conducted a remarkable defense. You may consider the test passed. Great, I'm accepted. No longer you are a student from the Empire of Japan. You may henceforth claim to be a fully fledged lawyer. Wait a second. When I came here, it was a question whether I will be accepted in the academy or not, and the test was to go through the trial, and now I don't even need to study. Library. I guess the library is located in the clock tower? Yeah, I guess. Are we in Big Ben? Because we are in London. My country is delighted to welcome young talent from such a remote eastern land. Thank you very much. So I'm a lawyer now. That's interesting way. Okay. Clock Tower 3. Very specific. One day. Now, in view of your new appointment, I have a fresh case in mind for you. Oh, right away. Okay, I like it. I'd like you to take it on at once. I trust that won't be a problem. Again, I won't be introduced with any details or what? Another case already? Nothing trains a lawyer better than practical experience. I'd say that probably for most of the job, unless you actually put it into practice. You will, like, you can study and study, but things, you need practice anyway. I'm sure I don't sense dissatisfaction, do I? It's just that yesterday's trial ended unusually. I haven't quite come to terms with it. What's to come to terms with? The man was cleared. Yeah, but I don't think he's actually innocent. What more were you hoping for? I forgot the word. Justice? Clearance? Like...
The culpability of the defendant has not, at the present time, been established by this court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to prefer judgment.
Well, Lord Van Zeeks, it's been a pleasure, so it has. And as for you, my dear fella, I couldn't have asked for a better defense. That's how he laughs. Hi, Kesha. I just can't help wondering. Thanks. If Mr. McGilded really was innocent. Mr. Naruhodo. It's just that I never managed to ascertain the truth. And then the trial ended. Susato is not glad about me saying it out loud, which I'm a little bit confused with. Like, I thought she would really want to know that too.
Well, you needn't let it trouble you for a second longer.
Sorry? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart?
Magnus McGilded passed away immediately following the trial.
What? Gilded. Like, guild. You know, like 99% of the names in this game, if not every, is pretty much speaking names.
No!
What? Mr. McGilden is dead? Nice timing, pigeons. I have 19 minutes and 41 seconds until my next engagement. Time enough to talk. Okay, let's do it. So let's convert. What the fuck happened? I don't understand. What happened? How can he be dead? After the trial concluded yesterday, there was a great commotion in the Old Bailey. Faked his death. Oh, did he though? Oh, interesting. Let's see if that's what happened. Dicky P. Don't spoil the game. As you'll presumably recall, an ominous omnibus had been wheeled into the courtroom. Yeah, probably the most stupid thing to do in the whole history of the court. I mean, I guess it's kind of could be called fresh there. I know. You did not, but... Yes, of course, that was the scene of the crime which Mr. McGilden had been accused of. Precisely. Well, while the bailiff's attention was diverted, by some other matter, the omnibus went up in flames. No. How could such a thing have happened? That is being investigated as we speak, but already the police have identified the corpse found inside the charred shell of the... Right! I forgot how the previous case ended up. Remember there was a cutscene, someone was on fire in that carriage. Oh my god, that was him inside that? That's... What? That's awful. Yeah. I forgot. Yeah. It's been a long time ago. Pocket watch to do that. How much is he gonna wind it again? Okay. The man must have slept inside whilst the bailiff's attention was elsewhere. Slept inside. And what happened next? Why was it on fire? That bailiff really needs to pay more attention. And how could that have happened? That is also being investigated as we speak. Okay, time to actually go and investigate. Finally. Thinking back now, immediately after the trial, Mr. McGilden did mention going back into the courtroom to look at the omnibus. Yeah, they said that he was invited in there to help with an investigation, which was weird as fuck. Well, I must be making tracks now. 'Tis time for the inspection. Sorry, what inspection? They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be presented for it myself. An inspection of the omnibus. Not to my knowledge. I don't believe Scotland Yard had any intention of re-examining the carriage. Hair gel. But then who was Mr. McGilden talking about? We will never know. Never mind that now. The Yard is making a thorough investigation. This matter is no longer any concern of yours. Leave it to the police. Wait a second. But what's my case then? Isn't it related to his death? Poor Mr. McGilden. Can't say I will be really missing him. But... what's new case? Could you perhaps give us some more details about the new case you mentioned? Don't tell me it's a murder and the trial starts in 10 minutes. Yeah, I hope not. Don't worry. It's nothing so alarming or quite so urgent as your last assignment. Well, when you told me about the previous case, you said that it was like a easy peasy thing, which turned out to be a hell. In fact, this case is completely different. Okay. I'm hyped. Oh, I see. Did he just read my mind? That's scary. That is to say, no one has died. As yet. What? So what's the case? And the trial will not be today. There is plenty of time to research the case thoroughly. Okay. Who's accused and of what? 23 hours, 43 minutes, and 19 seconds to be precise. So, basically a day. Okay. So, the trial's tomorrow then. Yeah. Yeah, they always... Well, I mean, just because he's actually not pronouncing it. Is everything alright? Oh, yes, I'm just a little confused, that's all. Yesterday's trial was... well, it's left me wondering if I'm really cut out for being a lawyer. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. I don't know if I could face standing in that courtroom again after Mr. McGillet's trial. Maybe you can get used to it, but some things, I guess, not so much. Ah, yes, I nearly forgot. There is one similarity with the yesterday's case. Oh no, what? Once again, there is currently no one to advocate for the defense. I still have no idea what the case is. Like, he said no one died, as of yet. Oh, are you telling me that someone was attacked but they survived? Is that what you're telling me? If the situation remains unchanged, the trial will start tomorrow with the defendant unpresented. And if that happens, I need not remind you of the inevitable outcome. The most terrible end awaits the defendant. But no one died. Yes, that's right. Here we go again. Here we go again. Shit. Here we go again. Okay, sorry. So, how did you find your first taste of your country's Supreme Court? Our country. Oh, well, I don't know. I mean, was wow. He's good at expressing himself just like I am, like, same level. Prosecutor. Hey, you can be prosecutor in Ace Attorney investigations. Yeah. You play as a prosecutor, very, like, the best prosecutor in the whole series, gotta say. What am I? Mr. Naruhodo means that the whole experience was steeped in the solemnity of Great Britain's long history. I need someone like her in my life to stand right next to me and translate to people what the hell I always mean. One game, actually I don't remember. I've played one, but I'm not sure if there is more in the. I'm gonna look it up. If there is more, I gotta play it. Maybe there is like a couple? Investigations. It says there's 2 of them, I think. Yeah, there's 2 of them. I don't remember if I played both. And Officially, I don't think it ever officially was translated. It was just like these two games, never came out of Japan. Well, this one ended up, as we play it right now, translated, but Investigation's pretty sure only fan translation. It's really a world apart from our own judicial system. Am I pronouncing this wrong? System in Japan, which is only a few short decades old. Wow, Susato-san has such a way with words. Indeed, I'm envious. And you seem to have a way of failing to find the right ones. Does everyone read my mind today? Judicial. Wait. I hate when you do it. I'm gonna look it up.
Judicial.
Judicial. Finally, something. The judicial system here is the most advanced in the world. Learn all you can. The most advanced in the world, is it? It was fortunate that your very first trial was a simpler affair. Simple. Simple? That was simple! Finally, she shows some emotions. As I believe I mentioned yesterday morning, it was a trial you couldn't lose. Yeah? Well... It was still difficult. I don't mean to be contrary, Lord Strongheart, but the case was anything but simple. The circumstances of the case were so incriminating. I was stunned when I first heard them. In fact, I'm still finding it hard to believe that we managed to get a favorable verdict. Is something funny? No, my apologies. However, the fact is that you did receive the not guilty verdict you set out to achieve. That doesn't mean that it was easy. Naruhodo? No, that's pretty much how it sounds. And that can only be attributed to exceptional talent, wouldn't you agree? Well, I don't know about that. Well, never mind. You exceeded my expectations, I freely admit. That much at least is an undeniable truth. Which is precisely why I have prepared a new case for you that I mentioned before. What's going on? What was he going to say before? When? Your time is up. You will have to excuse me. I would advise you to begin making preparations for tomorrow's trial. After all, the clock is very ticking. Very ticking? Did you say very ticking? Ever. There is now but 23 hours, 26 minutes and 39 seconds until the court sits. Yeah, indeed. Last time he mentioned the 23 hours, he said there was plenty of time. Yeah, I don't like the pressure. And one more thing, Mr. Naruhodo. There is something I should like to ask. Like? You should like to ask me. What's that? Yesterday, you remarked upon something. Like? That you intend to see through the will of your late compatriot, Mr. Asogi. I still can't believe he's dead. I would be interested to hear what exactly you mean by that. I actually have no idea myself, to be honest. Besides becoming the attorney he wanted to be. Inside 34 seconds. What? Oh, well, Kazuma always used to say, you see, that he wanted to learn how the greatest justice system in the world worked so he could change ours in Japan. Now that he's gone, I'd like to work towards that myself. And there's another thing. Oh! Another thing? Continue. On the way here on the steamship, he said something to me. There's something very important that I have to do. Something very important. And what exactly would that be? He never had chance to tell me. I suppose he would have done if he'd... You're out of time. Well, thank you for an enlightening discussion. This guy... Mr. Naruhodo, what's all this about? What do you mean? Mr. Asogi never once mentioned anything of the sort to me. And we were close with him. I was close with him. We're kind of best friends. I urge you both to focus your attentions on the matter at hand. It's not about counting, he's just very... I see someone there. He's very busy man. He's just busy. He's not a dick. I think. I've taken the liberty of summoning the police inspector in charge of the case. He'll be able to apprise you of the details. How long has he been there? Yeah, haven't seen him there. God. So, I wish you the best of luck and bid you farewell. Bye! Have a nice day. There's something very important that I have to do. Kazuma-sama, what did you mean? I wish I knew, but honestly, he never told me. Anyway, we had better talk to the detective. Don't you think? Yes, you're right. Guys, you're just standing there waiting for us to finish the talk. What is that he's having there? Is that potato? Is that potatoes in his hand? Wait a second. French fries? I want some. Can I have some? I hope I'm just imagining, but wouldn't say he looks pleased to see us at all. Yeah, what about that? I wonder. Okay. Is this for me? He brought this for me. Oh. I can't. Oh no, I've never seen anyone eat potatoes like this. This is an endless potato cane? Wait, how do you call this? Cane? No sauce? Don't know about that. It grows back. He's like tossing it to come up on the top, but yeah, it's never ending. Now you make me hungry again. I just ate not long ago. Ah, it's fish and chips. Oh! So that big one is a fish stick or whatever. Okay. Could we trouble you? What do you think? Huh? Ah! Lovely weather, isn't it? What's the weather got to do with anything? Ah! What's with this reaction? Listen to me, you young Japanese upstart. Upstart? I hope it's a good word. Yeah, he doesn't seem like he's happy to see me. Can I? A bite? He's just busy too. Ah, I see. Busy man. Some flippery about the weather doesn't get every English gent eaten out of your hand, you know. Eaten out of my hand? Ah. Novice amateur, okay. But Susato-san told me it was foolproof. Apparently she doesn't know everything. Wow, he's angry at me. I'm a busy... Oh, he's a busy man. You were right, a very busy man. That fish and chips won't finish them themselves, you know. There's a crime scene to investigate, but I'm here having to give the likes of you talking to. I'm ever so sorry. Can you imagine what the other officers there would be saying, Haven't seen Gregson anywhere, have you? Who's Gregson? No, he's too busy with the big wigs these days. What is that? Well, it's the 19th century, so understandable. And all because of some bumpkin who's here on a jaunt from country I've never even heard of. Maybe you should study more. Hear that ripping sound? That's my reputation at the yard going to tatters. There's no need to rip us apart as well. I don't believe we've been introduced. This is Mr. Ryonosuke Naruhodo, a defense lawyer. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, so... I think this is a love from the first sight. You've never seen a woman, have you? It's lovely weather we're having today, isn't it?
It is, unseasonably fine, I grant you. London winters don't see a lot of sunshine.
Wow, what a change.
Unbelievable! How did she pull that off? That's being a girl to you. So, Lord Strongheart has asked me to fill you in on the case. The name's Tobias Gregson. Oh, that's your name. Gregson. Inspector Gregson to you. I'm from Scotland Yard.
Gregson? Inspector Gregson? What's the matter with Susato-san? Is that a love blooming in here, in the courtroom? Does this detective's name mean something to her? It doesn't mean anything to me. think we'll have to talk through everything, so... Inspector, are you perhaps... the Inspector Gregson? You're acting like you know this man, Mrs. Sato. But he's a London detective. High star? High? He's too old for her. Well, I'd say so. Oh, I don't know him. I mean, I do know him. Very well, in fact. Very well? Yes, he features prominently in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. Oh, does he? Is he in, I mean, is he actually in Sherlock Holmes books? Oh, in that publication. What's it called again? Rand's Magazine? That's right, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Sholmes enjoy a wonderful friendly rivalry. Really? You rival the great Mr. Sholmes? That's incredible. I'm surprised you call him great now. Oh, well, I don't know about that. Mr. Sholmes isn't a professional like myself, of course. But he does come up with the goods from time to time. Mr. Sholmes is equally complimentary about you. Inspector, isn't he? You have learned his highest praise. Non Watson. Yeah, I think... That's weird, but I think in the first case in this game, the character had a very similar name to Watson. And, well, he died, so I don't know about that. Gregson is the peak of a bad lot of all the Scotland Yarders. Those were his own words. Peak of a bad lot of... Doesn't it mean that he's bad too? No? That's his highest praise? Well, Mr. Sholmes isn't particularly known for giving compliments, you see. That he is not. And thanks to that magazine, my name's known all over London town now. That's great, isn't it? I have to admit that to start with, I was a little, well, flattered by all the attention. Everyone wanted to shake my hand and my reputation at the yard went through the roof. Well, that's wonderful. No, it's not! There's nothing more sinister than the man on the street. People are always looking at me now. They're whispering rumors about me under their breath, I'm sure. Don't ruin those tasty-looking potatoes. Rumors? Are you quite sure? He's changed since he started appearing in those stories. The fame's gone to his head, stuff like that. Gosh, do you really think people are saying such mean-spirited things about you? Like I said, they whisper, so I can't catch exactly what they are saying, but I know what folk are like. So you don't really know what they're saying. Maybe they're like, oh my, he's so handsome, he's so smart, wow, did you see how he investigated that place? I'm sure that's what they are saying. As sure as eggs is eggs. I get the feeling this detective could be very hardworking. Oh dear, perhaps a sudden rise of fame does change people. I don't know about that. So, about the case that the Lord Chief Justice mentioned before. Nothing to tell, really. As far as we are concerned in the yard, couldn't be simpler. Oh dear, that probably means that as far as we are concerned as lawyers, it couldn't be more complicated. I wish you were wrong about that, but I have a nasty feeling you're right. We'll see about that. A young woman was walking along the pavement on the Briar Road. When she was... wait a second. Yeah, someone was stabbed in the cutscene. That's our case, right? I already forgot. Fortunately, it wasn't fatal, but she's still laid up in the hospital unconscious. That's despicable. What sort of coward would attack the poor woman from behind? Well, I wouldn't call a person brave for attacking from in front either, but I suppose, apparently, I suppose you would have finished whoever it was off with a societal takedown, wouldn't you? That is neither here nor there, Mr. Naruhodo. Brace yourself, Ryunosuke. You have angered her now. Is that afraid of her? Anyway, after something of a whirlwind investigation, the criminal was arrested. And who's that criminal? He barely had time for a cup of tea before the incident took place, to be honest. So, there must have been something left at the scene that... there must have been something left at the scene that led you directly to the culprit. Because she could not see her attacker, right? He was behind. Or perhaps a reliable witness who recognized the person in question. Let me stop you right there. You're wasting your time on this one. Sorry? There's nothing you can do. There's no way to help the bloke now. Why ever not? Simple. The prosecutor that's been assigned to the trial tomorrow is Lord Barrock. Barrock? Wait, one Zeeks. Is it... Who's Barrock? That's his name? No! Apparently, yes. Barrock. Was it told me before? I know that he's one Zeeks. That's all. It's my favorite boy! What? Does it have to? I don't think it should be. Well, I already won against him once, so that shouldn't be much of a problem for me. Sounds like you've heard of him then. Oh yes, we are very familiar with Lord Van Zeeks. I think what Van is like... It's usually not in caps, I think. Yeah, Germany also has something like similar to this, but I forgot the word. Believed to be the harbinger of death itself, the Reaper of the Bailey. Fun, yeah. Right. So, is that the same? Lord Barrick Van Zeeks, who we faced in court only yesterday. Mr. McGildy told us about him before the trial, didn't he? Do we really need that flashback? When Van Zeeks stands for the prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. Look at him. He's like... There's death around him, you can feel it. My. And in every single trial in which he has been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned. Not in my watch. This... I guess they just remind you because you may be playing cases like... There might be some time between you playing cases. This game is quite long with its texts. This Reaper of the Bailey nickname, I suppose he's earned that because every defendant he advocates against is found guilty, isn't that it? Well, if that's the case, we shouldn't inform you, Inspector, that in yesterday's trial against Lord Wanzix, Mr. Naruhodo secured a verdict of not guilty. Yeah, but the guy still ended up dead. Does this mean Wanzix is the killer? He killed him. To be sure, the death continues. Really cold by now, indeed. Some people like cold food. I never understood. No, it's just bleh. And what of it? Huh? Well, I think that means that even against the Reaper of the Bailey, it's not impossible to save the defendant. No, you really don't have a clue, do you? What do you mean? He's just putting it into his pocket. Ew. What happened to that bloke in the end, eh? He's dead. Yeah. Huh? Magnus McGilded came a cropper in that omnibus when it went up in flames. So, you can't rightly say you saved the defendant, can you? Well, I mean, that happened when I was not on duty anymore, so, I still can say that I saved the defendant. What? What are you saying? Look, if Wanzix could get the dirt to stick on everyone, he'd be a miracle worker. But that's not how it goes. He doesn't work miracles. He works magic. Black magic. Oh, this man is better and better. I'd have a good long think about that if I were you. Are we really supposed to believe that? Well, we should be careful then. If we get in his way more than once, he probably isn't gonna be happy. He probably already is not happy with us. I'm kinda scared for my life. Right, well, I filled you in as requested. And I'm very nearly out of chips. Nearly out of chips? You eat them non-stop? I'm surprised you're not like 3 times bigger than this. So I'll be heading back to the crime scene now. We're still carrying out a few investigations there. Can I come with you? It was Briar Road, you said, didn't you? Where the accident took place. Van Mel? That's correct, ma'am. And if you head over to the holding cells, you can meet the criminal himself. You have branded him a criminal already? He's as good as shaking like a leaf in his cell, he is. It will give you a chuckle of nothing else. I'm still confused how they found out that he's guilty. I mean, she couldn't see the attacker, so how do they know that that's... Give me a sec. I forgot something. That this man is the culprit. He's inmate 53. Speak to the jailer and he'll show you the way. You good? I'm good. Inmate 53. Thank you. 53. Okay. Susato, please don't forget it. So there's no helping anyone against the Reaper of the Bailey, they say. Is something troubling you, Mr. Naruhodo? To tell the truth, when I recall the... It scared me. Hi, Mercediator. Thank you for following. To tell the truth, when I recall the trial yesterday, I can't stop myself from shaking. The idea of facing the Reaper in court again is... Well, if you think it's too much for you, there's no shame in turning the case down. That takes courage, too. That's okay. Welcome. But if the man they're arrested is innocent, they have... You could well imagine we would be shaking like a leaf in his cell. And I, for one, wouldn't find the sight of that funny. So, if I'm honest, I'm still reeling from the shock of yesterday's events myself. And I'm really not sure if I'll be able to help this man, whoever he is. But I'd like to try, so I think I'm going to make some inquiries. Will you help? Did you really think you had to ask? After all, I am your judicial assistant. Thank you. So, then, shall we? Yes! Let's go! Let's go. That's about time. I think we should go and talk to the culprit first. Defendant? We don't know he's the culprit. This prison cells are where suspects are held whilst their await trial. Visiting is permitted. This is so dark. Just a single candlelight. So these are British prison cells. Where's the defendant? Oh, they're ghastly. It feels like just like a dungeon. Yeah, it does. Exactly the word I was looking for. Wait, what? What? Spoiled? What? What? What are you talking about? Yes, and having experienced it in Japan myself, I can assure you that our wooden cells feel a lot cozier than these cold stone walls. Wooden. Do you guys have candles there too? Culprit. I mean, I can't spoil something I haven't played yet myself. But I mean, it is a defendant, and he's accused. So, he's a culprit before we can prove otherwise. No. Elixir? Oh no! What do you mean gone? Expired? Oh. Don't, Mr. Naruhodo, you're making it seem worse. Wait, what? Did I miss a light? Oh. Shit. Did you have a lot? Apparently our client is in the cell here. I don't see anyone. Is he like invisible? But it's so dark in the back there. I can't make him out. I wonder what he's like. It's not that dark. I actually can see pretty well. Inmate 53. You're illegal. Wait, was it 53? I already forgot. 200. Maybe you should reload. I don't know. That's weird. Your legal representative is here to see you. Stop hiding in the back of the cell and show your face at once. Am I? Am I a cat? As yet with no name. A what? Calling me by number. It's utterly unbelievable. Unjustly unreasonable. I refuse to answer. Does anyone call cats by name, by numbers? Please don't do that. Mr. Naruhodo, what? Are you sure you didn't spend it all, though? What do you think is going on here? I have no idea, but I wasn't just hearing things, was I? Well, that tirade of complaints was in Japanese. A defendant is Japanese. Is that why they decided that he is the culprit? Because he's Japanese. He looks weird. What's with those eyes? What? Shh, quiet. He's weird. What's going on? Are you okay? Natsume Soseki. Wait, you said it... Is he the writer of the game? He lived in 19th century. I'm dumb as fuck. It's just that what you told me, I thought he was the writer of the game. But yeah. A Japanese novelist. And he wrote the novel Kokoro? Novels Kokoro. Bochan and I am a cat. That's what he said. Am I a cat? Okay, that's interesting. I like it when they put real people in games. They're all around, hiding. I know they are. Who? Cats? They're watching, listening. Even now, I can sense it. Right. So there you are. You've come to curse me, haven't you? Don't try to hide it. You're a ghost. A ghost? This is the best of two worlds, isn't it? Susato is a little bit scared too. Gotta say, I'm not feeling all right near this man. We mean you no harm, prisoner son. Prisoner son. Are you Japanese by any chance? He does look like one, I guess. Hard to tell. This is beyond my wildest dreams. Oh, what's going on? Are you okay? I have no words. Forgive me for that outburst before. I'm so sorry. Oh, it's fine. We were just a little surprised, that's all. Imagine it! Now he looks like the Nemesis. Stars. It's been 12 long months since I left my hometown, and here I am, in a frightful fix in a foreign land. Don't poop yourself. So here in the sweet, sentimental tones of a compatriot's set voice, here in this damp, dark hellhole was a most monumentally moving moment. I'll start with them. Missing out. Oh. I hope he's fine. Who could have guessed that this new client Lord Strongheart assigned to us would turn out to be a fellow Japanese? That's not the most surprising thing to me, to be honest. A guy stole... How's this possible? How can you steal elixir? What compassion my fellow countrymen show! To dispatch a first-class lawyer all the way from Japan to defend a mere foreign student. You are a student. And I am a first-class lawyer. Yes, that's exactly what it is. I mean, how did you find out that it was stolen, and specifically by that person? Have a real case in our hands. Let's investigate everyone. What the hell? Seriously. Noble, nurturing, never failing, Nippon. A first-class lawyer? Shh, shh. Oh dear, I think there's been something of a misunderstanding here. Just don't say anything, Ryunosuke. It's okay. He doesn't need to know. How is he stealing it? I wanna know, for a friend. Well, I hope they will figure it out. Thank God it was like 200. Imagine if there's like a huge sum of money. Like, how's he doing it? I wonder, would you be so kind as to tell us what's happened? Why you've been detained as a suspect, for example? Well, I hope they will figure it out how to... I mean, you guys reporting him, so... They're probably gonna fix it somehow. Hi, Ayashimi. Yes, yes, I can, I will. Shan't stay sullen and silent. He's completely not suspicious. I'm not quite sure I understand what he means, but he seems happy. That's enough, I guess. Yes, he does. I just hope he actually has a good reason to be. Thank you for your cooperation. I am a lawyer. As you said, my name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. And I am Naruhodo-san's judicial assistant, Susato Mikotoba. I am a visiting student sent here by our government. Notoriously named Natsume, Soseki Natsume. They didn't even change his name here, that's cool. I mean, they changed Herlock Sholmes for some reason. Oh, what? He looks sad. Let's talk about accusation right away. Could you perhaps tell us exactly why you have been arrested, Soseki-san? I didn't do it! I didn't commit that atrocious murder! That's not a murder yet, she's alive apparently. But I wouldn't be surprised if that's not for long. Murder! Moustache. He does look cute, but I think his cuteness comes from his awkwardness and bizarre way. Bizarre. You get it. Oh, no! No, no, it's alright. The woman didn't actually die, did she? But she was stabbed with a knife! Right before my eyes! Are you okay? So you saw it. You know who actually did it. Why didn't you tell the police? Before your eyes? You mean you saw the attacker? Mm-hmm. I feel like it's not gonna be that easy. I didn't see anyone. What? If I'd seen the person who did it, do you think I'd be locked up in here? Oh dear, it seems this case is becoming rather complicated. Yeah, it never is easy in these games. Why me? Why me? Why did that silly woman have to be stabbed in front of me? It's the curse. The curse of London. It's incredibly, inexcusably, irritatingly inconvenient. What's his passion for words that start with the same letter? So, Soseki-san was there at the scene, but he didn't see the attacker. It's vital that we find out more about the case. Yeah. It was an accursed evening, just after the snow had started to clear and heavy with fog. I haven't seen any snow in the picture we've seen with her lying on the ground. I'd been to the bookshop to buy some books. A fellow book lover. And I was on my way back to my accursed lodgings. Sure, the bookshop wasn't accursed too. As I was walking along that accursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman wearing a green overcoat, she was, and just as I went to overtake her, she looks a little bit more, let's say, so wider than in the picture we saw earlier. No, is it me? She suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed onto the cold, hard slabs of stone at my feet. I see she also likes books. How terrible. I called out to the woman, but she didn't move. It was like a ghostly, ghoulish, grim graveyard. Slight exaggeration there, perhaps. Well, you didn't witness someone dying, so shut up. I was terrified. I had to get away from there. So I ran, as fast as my legs would carry me back to my accursed lodgings. That's not good. They'll say it was shameful, I know, to run away like that. Tell me, Soseki-san, was the victim an acquaintance of yours? Don't be ridiculous! Do you think I know any of these fair-haired English? And a young woman at that? That's weird, a reaction, like, I know no one in this country at all. I mean, you should know at least someone, aren't you a student? I'm different, shy, timid, unsure. I can't talk to people. You do talk to me right now, and you're quite expressive, I gotta say, for someone who doesn't like to talk. I see. A young woman unknown to Soseki-san. And at the time it happened, who else did you see nearby? Did anybody pass you? Regrettably. Apart from myself and the woman, I didn't see a soul. No one? Oh, great. Well, he said there was a fog too, so I guess the visibility was very bad. So the victim was unknown to you, and there was nobody else on the street at the time. That creates something of a conundrum, doesn't it? What conundrum? What do you mean, Susaru-san? What's the conundrum? Well, if what Soseki-san has just told us is true, there's something I can't explain. He says that he didn't know the victim, and that there was no one else at the scene. Then he apparently fled without having been seen. I did. But if that's the case, surely this man has to be the culprit. Arr! You! What did you just say? I didn't say anything. Nothing? I didn't say anything. Why is everyone reading my mind today? Oops, perhaps I thought that a little loudly. Did you? Actually, that's not what was troubling me. What I was thinking was, how did Soseki-san actually come to be arrested? Yeah, I think I should have told, we should have asked that inspector about it, not the culprit. Sorry? He didn't touch the victim, and there was nobody at the scene to see him. So how did the police ever discover that he was there in the first place? Oh yes, she's right. It was him. That accursed great detective. He led the police to me. Huh? Of all the bad luck. Accursed great detective? Could it be? I shall never forget that man's name as long as I live. With his haughty? A laugh and his self-proclaimed greatness. Brash, big-headed, busy what? What's he doing here? Well, I assume he arrived with us. He was on the same boat. May you be cursed until the end of your days, Herlock Sholmes. I knew it. Of course. Mr. Sholmes? Wow. Well, I didn't expect to hear that name from this man's lips, that's for sure. It was the morning after that nightmare had unfolded on the pavement before me. I was gnawing on a sliver of hard cheese when sliver of hard cheese when some men suddenly burst in through the door. They started shouting at me. This is the police. Put the weapons down. Yes, it was a thin sliver, and yes, it was hard. But I wasn't eating a weapon. Okay. Disgusting dietary discrimination devils. Okay. You clearly had a trying morning yesterday. And there he was, in the middle of all the policemen, grinning like a Cheshire cat. I know the cat, but I never heard the name pronounced in English. So, sorry, I'm not sure how you pronounce it. That Herlock Sholmes. It's actually just Herlock Sholmes. He's English. Ah, he's like hair. Hair! That's also one of those, like Van von Hair. I've since found out that he is a famous name in deduction here in London. Yes, the great detective is really very well known. And his overly sharp mind managed to deduce my whereabouts, apparently. He thinks I am the knife-wielding madman. Me! This weak, stooped kitten of a man. But again, about the cats. I wonder what the great deduction process led him to this conclusion this time. Yeah, I'd like to hear that. Do you mean to say that Mr. Sholmes' deduction was the only reason the police arrested you? That would be really most unreasonable. Well... Didn't that almost happen to me once? Being the culprit? Well, the thing is, I was thrown into a panic when they barged their way in. And, of course you were, that's only natural. Yeah, imagine you sitting there having your tea with cheese, chilling at your place, and someone's barging into the door. FBI, open up. What? What? I was terrified and trembling, and they kept throwing question after question at me, and impossible English. Fiendish foreign flamery. He looks like he's trying to poop out the biggest turd in his life. I'm sorry. Well, we are in England. You can't really blame them for questioning you in English. True, true. They say don't come to country if you don't know the language well. Good point, good point. But my mind went blank. I knew I had to answer, but I didn't know what to say. So I just kept repeating things like, yes I do, and I'm fine. So they're like, did you kill the poor woman? And you're like, yes, I did. What? The next thing I knew, I was in manacles, and before I knew it, I was thrown in here, I guess. Oh dear, I'm afraid that's hardly surprising. Yeah, I'm fine. He's not fine now. I doubt he was fine when they were pressuring him either. Is this really relatable anymore? Soseki Natsume, son? What an unusual name. Is it? Call me Soseki, please. I am poet, you see, a writer of haiku. It's Something of a nom de plume. What does it mean? You mean an alias? Ah. So that's not your real name. That's right, Naruhodo-san. No, 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 don't be so prosaic. It's much more defined than that. And haiku? That really reminds me of home. Did I hear you say that you were a visiting student sent over here by the government? Yes, that's right. A year ago, I was told to go and study English. First, I had to suffer that misery, and now this. It's beyond the pale. Yeah, imagine going to a foreign country just to be a student. It must be like already quite pressuring, and then you're accused of a murder. Almost murder. Suffer that misery? Did you not want to study here? No. I mean, I've had an interest in Great Britain for some years, of course. Oh. But just because the government tells you to do something, does it mean you can't do it? No. What do you mean? If they had told me to study English literature, that I could have understood. That's my field. But no, they told me to study the English language. Utterly, unbelievable, unjustly, unreasonable. Wait a second. How can you learn literature without the language? You mean translate it? It's still not the same. I see. Only the other day I was told to send a report about my first year here. I tendered a blank piece of paper. Wise words of whitewash-washing? You must be a man of great standing. Oh yes. So I'm often told. And often like to be told. It seems. Mr. Naruhodo. Esquire? Oh, you can just call me Naruhodo. And when we're speaking English, a simple Mr. is about that. More than enough. Oh, yes, all right, yes. They've really got to me. This country's poisoning my mind. But please, I beg you to defend me in court tomorrow. I can tell them what really happened. You'll do it, won't you? I hope DKP is okay there. Well, I don't think he can do much besides sending a report to the website. We'll come back and try. Why is it so hard to say yes to me? Okay, I don't like the vibe you're giving me right now. Yeah, that's understandable. Well, the thing is, I'm just a student like yourself on a study tour. A student? I have defended the case in the Old Bailey, only the one though. Well, I also kinda defended myself back at home. Well, I helped someone else defend myself, so. But at this moment of time, in time, I really don't know what I'm supposed to believe in. I'm confused about what justice in this country even means. Yeah. It's all over the world now, so... Naruhodo-san. I'm not even the foreign student who was supposed to be here. I'm sort of a locum? 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 I don't know this word. Lawyer, I suppose. But that armband! That's the mark of the defense lawyer from our great empire. I think it belongs to my friend, though. It's a keepsake from the man who should have been here. He was my best friend. A keepsake. I don't think this man needs more stress in his life. Maybe we shouldn't have told him that. I know exactly what they're saying about me. Oh, who do you mean? The lawyers. All the British defense lawyers. They won't defend me. Goodness, why do you say that? Like, and you said that you see other people also, like, bombing messages to that person. That's good. You're not the only one. For the same reason as you noted before, when it happened. There was only the victim and myself around, and I ran away from the scene of the crime. I'm not a fool. I know it looks as though I must be the culprit. It must be very hard for you, Soseki-san. And anyway, I'm a student from overseas. I'm just a foreign nobody to them. Someone not to be trusted. I heard them openly laughing about me before, in my earshot, without any compunction at all. Any trial for this man would be a waste of time, they said. And of course the foreigner did it. Good. I wonder, how did he do this? Did you get elixir from that person? And he's somehow reclaiming it back to him? They even had the gall to say, the man doesn't understand half of what's being said anyway. That's awful. They're wrong! I've studied more English than half of the policemen out here on the streets. So, you know it well. I've traveled halfway around the world to learn about these people's country and its great history. But no one here wants to listen to a man with a strange accent. They'll hate me. So, at the very least, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who can listen to me in my native tongue. You could do it, couldn't you? When I look into your eyes, I can see it. I can see what you have been through. Soseki-san, it's just that... Give me a little time, please. I'll do what I can, for the time being. What do you mean? We shall investigate the case as thoroughly as possible. If we can find some clues, we will give us the better chance. It will give us as much better chance, I'm sure. As... God, I can't read. Oh yes, thank you. I'll be here, all alone, waiting for you, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Oh wow, I like this new title I got. That's the only way you're gonna call me from now on. We should be going then, Naruhodo-san. Okay. We have a case to prepare for. Do I even have anything? No. Obviously. Didn't even start investigation yet. Okay, scene of the crime. Let's go. Enough talking. There's probably gonna be more talking. It is a winter. A snowman. That's cute. So this is where it happened. Briar Road. Ah, look, Mr. Naruhodo. Look at the regulation metal helmet. It's unthinkable. Huh? The men of Scotland Yard are here. They're investigating as we speak. Yeah? What about it? That's their job, isn't it? That is their job, you know? Yeah, exactly. Oh, someone's hanging their clothes outside. I mean, it's winter. I don't know about that. If it's a good idea. But Mr. Naruhodo, to see one with my own eyes... They're often depicted in the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, but I never dreamed I'd ever come this close. Investigators of the Scotland Yard and their natural habitat. Let's see. Let's come closer to a real Bobby's helmet. What? The helmet? Of course. I have to try one on one day. I'm sure it's gonna fit you with that hair of yours. Well, I hope your happy dream comes true. They do look kind of cool. Oh, this man is here again. What's the Japanese delegation doing here? Oh, Inspector Gregson. This isn't on the tourist trail. As I'm fairly sure you are well aware. Yeah? I'm a fucking lawyer. Yes, of course. We're here to investigate. So you've been to the holding cells, then. What do you make of the criminal? He's not a criminal as you put it in, Inspector. He's a suspect. We'll see about that. You Japanese like to stick together, I suppose. Well, do what you will. It doesn't bother me. The bloke's in court tomorrow, whatever happens. The verdict's a foregone conclusion. Bye, bruh. Stone cold air of rejection. Wow, thank you for mana. That's a new week, basically. So thank you, Infra. And bye. Take heart, London, at this time of year is full of stone cold air. That makes it worse somehow. Do we need to talk? Tell me about Scotland Yard, Inspector. Ever since I heard about it in the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, I've been fascinated by the place. The Yard is the most sophisticated policing organization you'll find anywhere in the world, ma'am. Oh, and you know I've always dreamt of wearing a real Bobby's helmet. Can we have it, please? It doesn't make them look the part, seeing that policeman here with this helmet. Isn't the helmet made of metal or something? Should be probably feels cold when in winter, no? You certainly get the sense that this is a man who will take no nonsense in his duty of protecting the city. Actually, they kind of look ridiculous, to be honest. When I see this uniform with this helmet, it kind of looks like they're goofy. No? Is it just me? They look goofy. You don't know? Okay. I shall look it up. Oh yes, doesn't he look wonderful? Being a London Bobby is hard going, I can tell you. Oh really? First thing in the morning, you know what he does. Goes round and rouses all the laborers on his beat so they can get off to work. What? He wakes people up? Yep, raps on their windows with a long pole. Did it myself, going back a bit. What? Really? So weird. It's like human alert. I had no idea. The Bobby works for the people of the town. It's just another one of his duties. After that, he starts tirelessly patrolling the streets all day long. Can't talk. Plastic. Plastic is still cold, I guess. He has to cover 20 miles a day. That's the regulation distance. That's a lot. I can't really imagine how far that is. But it sounds like a long way. But it's not heavy, yeah, true, guys. Let me see. 20 miles. That's approximately the distance from Tokyo to Yokohama. On foot? On foot? That's definitely taking things a step too far. Also, that didn't really tell me how much, how far that is, to be honest. And when it gets dark, of course, he has the important job of lighting all the gas street lamps. Remember that cutscene in Postmortem? When the guy was with the long stick just turning off the lamps? That was the thing. That was so cool. Oh my! And I suppose in between all those duties, hobbies, Bobbies are expected to investigate cases as well. And chase after criminals trying to evade the law. I love those cutscenes when you go to places the first time. They were gorgeous. I'm not sure you could call it in between exactly. More alongside. But yes. They're expected to handle those jobs as well. We do have men killing over from time to time, I admit. I'd always dreamt of wearing one of those helmets, as I said. Yeah, that's like third time you said. Just like, can I, please? I'm trying to be more subtle, like, you know, maybe you could help me with that? But it's with a heavy heart that I shall have to relinquish that dream to you, Mr. Naruhodo. Huh? Your heavy heart will be my heavy head, if you do. Heavy head, he said. Maybe they were more heavy back in the day? I happened at around 5 in the evening 2 days ago, just there, on that open bead of pavement. The victim, a young woman, was stabbed with a blade from behind. It is right that the lady is still unconscious now. Is it right that the lady is still unconscious now? You mentioned that she's being treated in the hospital. I never said she was a lady. What? This is a little bit ahead of its time, I think. Truth is, unless she comes around pretty smartish, we won't be able to find out much about her at all. I suppose that means they haven't been able to take a statement from her, of course. Here's a map of the local area. I happen to have on me. You can take it if you want. Really? Are you sure? Shh! Just take it. Take everything you can. It's yard policy to give lawyers, defendants, suspects the odd bit of information to go on. I haven't actually accepted the job yet, but still. Haven't you though? Thank you, Inspector. We gratefully accept. That's what you were supposed to say in the first place. Anyway, as far as we know, there was no one else on the scene other than the victim and your fellow countryman. So who did it, do you think? Not much of a head-scratcher, is it? Well, I know Mr. Natsume is also claiming not to have seen anyone else around, but just because he didn't see anyone, it doesn't mean we can be sure that nobody else was present. I'm sorry to have to tell you, but we most certainly can be sure. How? Because, ma'am, the precise moment of the stabbing didn't go unnoticed. What? How? There was a fog, thick fog. Wait, don't wave that at me or else I'm gonna steal it from you. We have two very reliable witnesses, no less. Where did they come from, if that's the first time I hear about them? It was a typical foggy London day, and your client obviously didn't see them. There were witnesses now? What the hell? Who are these witnesses, Inspector? Fellow and his wife. And the man's one of the most reliable and respected citizens in all of London. I bet he is the one who did the poo-poo. He's a copper from Scotland Yard. Huh? A policeman. Oh. That might change things. You know what? It's not the first time that policemen are the bad ones, so... And this policeman just happened to be there at the exact moment the woman was stabbed? Nothing peculiar about that, ma'am. Part and parcel of being a bobby. Catching them bang in the act and at all that. Do you think it might be possible for us to ask that policeman a few questions? Be my guest. You can ask him what you like. In court tomorrow. What? I can't... I mean, I probably can't question him then, but that's not fair. I've no doubt he'll be summoned as a witness. So, that will give you something to look forward to. You're a dick, aren't you? That's that then. He's got no intention of letting us meet the man beforehand, it seems. Maybe I can dig information about him from someone else. A policeman witnessed the incident. As your judicial assistant, I must warn you that this could make our job very difficult indeed. I just wish you sometimes didn't say anything. Yes, as a non-judicial assistant, I could have warned me of that too. Oh yes, one more thing, Inspector. What? The person who led you to the suspect. I hear that was Mr. Sherlock Sholmes. What are you bringing him up for? Was it something I said? The color has drained from his cheeks. Who did you hear that name from? I won't tell you just because you are not telling me everything either. Oh well, I hate you, Ryunosuke. The suspect. You said that Mr. Sholmes was with the police when they entered his lodgings. I'm sure it was the result of one of Mr. Sholmes's inspirational great deductions. Fiddle faddle. Ah? What? The man's an amateur, and I'm getting sick and tired of him showing his muck everywhere. But you still took the man who he pointed out? Oh. I don't know where he gets his information from, but he turns up at the scene of the crime, wanders around spouting incomprehensible rubbish, and before you know it, he claims to have solved the case. Yeah, I'm not sure he's really that good at what he's doing, because I remember the first time I met him, he was just really just coming up with some nonsense. Yes, he's quite astounding, isn't he? He's a great help to Scotland Yard, though, isn't he? Gibble Gabble? Ever seen this? Great Adventures of Sherlock Holmes? Oh, yes, that's Rand's magazine. The wonderful publication in which the adventures of Sherlock Holmes appear. Yes, well, that wonderful publication, as you put it, sees fit to include several of the Yard's detectives in its stories. It's funny that he's ever seen it, even though we actually had a short conversation about it not long ago, didn't we? And the so-called great detective makes a mockery of all of us. If you ask anyone at the Yard, it's misadventure to be included in any Sherlock Holmes's tale at all. I was looking at which games DS had, console, Nintendo DS, and I found that this series is there. I tried it and I really liked it. I really liked playing it before going to bed. Like literally, I was after shower, I just laid in bed, lights off, and just the screen, and every night, I played for 20 to 30 minutes before turning it off and going to sleep. It was fun. I finished a lot of games that way. Well, maybe not that a lot, but quite a few. Romantic, you could say so. Hey, Mappo is here! He missed something. Hi! Well, I suppose there is an element of that. We work our socks off, every one of us, only to be frumped by the public thanks to that obnoxious detective. Yeah, indeed. The man's as dangerous to us Scotland Yard as he is to all our criminals. It can't really be true, can it, Inspector? Clearly, the great detective and the police have a complex relationship. That's a love-hate relationships, I guess. What a twitchy Japanese bloke goes on trial tomorrow. That twitchy. Are you going to defend him or not? Well, makes no difference to me. But I will just say this. No London lawyer worth his salt would touch that case with a barge pole. Interesting way to put that. Does the prosecution is being handled by the Reaper of the Bailey, you mean? Because of the prosecution. There's no way to save the man now. It's a waste of time trying. I mean, if I still get paid for it, is it though? It is all a bit strange though. I mean, lawyers still get paid even you get the bad verdict, right? Sorry? The Reaper. He hasn't appeared in court once for a good few years now. Well, he did yesterday. Yes, we did hear something to that effect. I guess he was a bit rusty because he lost that case. And the only people he usually bothers with are the real scum. The master criminals, the violent ones. Smart! That way he can be sure he will win the case. That's why he never lost. Well, besides yesterday. Master criminals? The violent ones? That's right. He handpicks his victims. Only deals with those guaranteed to go to the gallows for their sins. But Mr. Natsume wouldn't hang for what he's accused of, surely. That's just my point, sunshine. Yes, the young woman was stabbed, but it didn't kill her. Couldn't even say the intent was there. So this isn't the sort of case I'd be expecting the Reaper to want to sink his teeth into, for want of a better phrase. But he did take the case. Well, it's not exactly a minor infraction, is it? Indeed, too? No. There's got to be more to it. Some reason he's taken an interest. Really? What sort of reason, Inspector? You think I can tell what's going on inside the head of that Lord of Darkness? Lord of Darkness, I like it. You'll have to ask him himself at tomorrow's trial. Not sure I will be able to have an actual eye-to-eye. Are we really going to have to face the Reaper again? The Lord of Darkness, as he put it? Well, I don't think we're going to get any more useful information out of the detective. Mr. Naruhodo, can I make a suggestion? Oh, yes, what is it? Well, it seems to me that we must speak with him about this. Huh? By him, do you mean Mr. Sholmes? But I have no idea where he is. Yes, Mr. Halleck Sholmes. Exactly. Look at those shining eyes. You can't wait, can you? Yeah, she's quite impressed by that man. I really don't see why, to be honest. Well, Mr. Natsume did blame Mr. Sholmes for all of this, didn't he? Yes, he did. He really did. Which makes him an involved party in this case. Are you just going to ignore that? I hope not. I assure you, it's not simply my selfish desire to meet with Mr. Sholmes again. Not just. The trouble is, we have no idea of the man's address. It's Baker Street. Oh, right. Of course it is. How do you know that? She read the stories. Yeah. Is this the same as in the books, really? The most famous address in the world. Oh, I see. Well, there is nothing to stop us from going, I suppose. But we didn't even investigate this place. We better try to find out way before our way there before Susato-san gets any more excited and unpredictable. Hooray! I'll summon a carriage. Really though? So weird to have a reunion already. With the great detective, Mr. Sherlock Sholmes. Can I though investigate first? Yay! Hehe, what a delightful snowman. I didn't realize the English had a tradition of making snowmen as well. It looks a little creepy though. I'd like to see your snowman. Oh, it has a scarf, look! You'd need one if you were out in this freezing cold all the time. I wish I had one. Yeah, like, are you guys okay with this clothes? I'm afraid our budget is somewhat frozen at the moment too. We certainly can't afford a scarf. Really? Not even a scarf? That's upsetting. Surely the snowman here wouldn't miss it. He is. Are you trying to steal it? There's literally police everywhere. But the person who made the snowman surely would. I mean, would they if they made it here and left it? Yes, I know, you're right. Anyway, even if I borrowed it, it wouldn't do much to warm my neck, would it? It's covered in snow. Yeah, but if you brought it home, like, let it dry and get warm, you could still use it later. Eh? What do you mean 20 degrees left to snow? It can snow at any temperature below 0. That's one of the officers from Scotland Yard. The police are making sure the crime scene is undisturbed. I have a feeling that if you wandered too close, we'll be clapped in irons. I think perhaps you're being a little overcautious. We've done nothing wrong, so we have no cause for concern. Oh no, I'm not getting caught out again. Twice is enough. What? Twice I found myself in handcuffs, despite not knowing a thing about what was going on. Yes, you've had some dreadful experiences. I'm sure it's that wide-eyed look of panic you're so prone to. It does you no favors at all. Excuse me. I like that look. He looks cute when he does that. I bet he's doing it right now. They're investigating something there. Can I take a look? This patch of pavement must be where the incident occurred. Yes, it's a very wide open space, isn't it? Is it though? That's true. I can't see anywhere an attacker could have been hiding. Yeah, I did your math. Again, snow can happen at any temperature below 0, so it's like -0 is enough. Even like here, at springtime, sometimes snow even happened while there was like +2, +3. I think the cold weather is getting to me. I'm getting a runny nose. Eh? once. Wow. That's enough to come to conclusions, isn't it? Conspiring? Come here to destroy evidence, have ya? Get out of here before I give you an... hiding? Hiding? Go on. You shoot us away like rats. More tea. I will be peeing non-stop if I get more tea. But yeah, I'm starting to feel cold again. Yes, yes, we should give him a wide berth. Berth? I think, what's berth? What a disappointing experience. So we won't even be able to investigate this place? What a waste of time. Oh, what? Yeah, this wheel looks weird, doesn't it? Oh, British bicycle, look! Although the wheel is some mishap, and I'm sure it couldn't possibly be ridden anymore. Someone must have been doing some breakneck cycling. It seems... It seems bicycles have become extremely popular in London recently. Hi, David. There is even a movement to change women's dress to allow them to ride as well. The bicycle fad won't last. I don't see why anyone would want to ride something like that. Goodness, do you dislike bicycles? No, not at all. I mean, it's not that I dislike them exactly. It's just that any occupation that involves taking both your feet off firm ground seems reckless. This guy. There's a lot of activities I guess you can't really do with that kind of thinking. If you'd ever tried walking on stilts and falling into a river, I know you'd agree with me, but it's not the same. It's just riding. We'll have to hire a bicycle sometime. You can sit behind me while I ride you around. That's so cute. That would be sweet to see you do that. Oh, look at the windows of that building. Actually, I was looking at the... what do you call it? Near the bushes. It looks broken. Are you sure there are windows? Actually, now that you said that. Yes, but they're all filled with bricks. Oh, you're right. I wonder why. That's weird. Perhaps it's an empty property where nobody lives at the moment. So what? Every time no one lives there, they put bricks in the windows? That looks a little bit like too much work, and they destroy it every time again. What? There's smokes coming from those chimneys, though. Oh dear, everything still feels very boring. There's so much we have to learn about this place. I guess we will return here later. Let's just go to Sholmes' place. Oh, cutscene!
Thank you very much. It's just up there overlooking the street. Good day.
Thanks again.
Why there's no
This
snow?
is it. The residence of Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
She's so happy. I've never seen people so happy. I think someone's in love. Bye, Mao. So, this is where the great detective makes his living. It feels surreal to be here somehow. I don't think I've seen her bag before. That's, okay. Is it as described in the stories, Mrs. Sato? There looks to be lots of shit around. Someone needs to declutter. What's that? VR? On the wall? What's that? Susato-san. Oh, she's so happy. Many famous cases have been solved here in this very room. Didn't he solve them right outside? Okay. Okay. Maybe. Oh, I suppose they must have been... Yes, I guess. I've never read the stories, so it's hard to get quite as excited about it as she seems to be. The detective chases the villain relentlessly as he disappears into the fog down an unlit London street. Oh, the thrill of it! The romanticism! Can't you feel your heart thumping in your chest? I guess. Sometimes I can actually feel it. That's not a good sign. Can't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, I suppose I can, yes. So, if you don't mind... We just entered without him being here. How did we enter? We just barged in? That's quite illegal, I think. I'll just stand here and soak up the atmosphere for a while longer. Please, don't mind me. Naruto. No, that's not exactly it. She's obsessed. Naruhodo. Well, it looks like our detective friend isn't home at present. Again, why didn't he look the place? Understood in Japanese. True. DKP knows his shit. Excuse me. Is anybody home? Oh. Do we have a visitor? Someone's actually home. Oh! Not you again. Hello! Is it a big new case for Mr. Sholmes? What are you talking about? Hello? Wait. Aren't you... Oh, how rude of me. I'll go and make some tea at once. I'm sure it's the same girl. Yeah, we've seen her in the end of the previous case. Miss Sato, did you see the girl who was just here? Oh, yes. Isn't it truly extraordinary? To think that the king of Bohemia, came to this very room to ask Mr. Sholmes to take on his case. The king of Bohemia? King Wilhelm Godstrich Sigismund von Ormstein, of course. Oh my god. Sorry, drawing a blank. Oh, you're eating. Bon appetit. Forget the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes for a moment and look over there. The tea's brewed. That was quick. That's not a real tea, if you ask me. And I have freshly baked cake as well. Did you also bake it right in these 2 minutes as I was speaking to my assistant? Ah, it's you. I knew it. Susato-san recognizes her too. He has a bad memory or what? Like, he wasn't sure that he saw her before or what? Oh my. I love hamburgers. There you are. And taking that with you as well. I was looking forward to the trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Oh, good day to you. Well, the inventor, I suppose, of the machine. It's the girl who turned up at the end of the McGilded's trial in the defendant's antechamber. I've never met a lawyer from the Far East before. Poor you, having to get straight to work when you are only just arrived in London. Yeah, I have a crazy life. Oh yes, it was challenging. Still is, I guess. Well, try this tea. Is it poisoned? No, thank you. It's my special blend, you know. I added some love into it. Oh, thank you. Is tea supposed to look that color? Don't drink it. Don't drink it. This girl face? Face? What about it? Looks fine. Oh my, what a fragrant yet mellow flavor. Hooray! It's a winner! I tried blending different leaves designed to alleviate fatigue, you see? Kind of big. I mean, chibis always have bigger heads. So... You must be exhausted after your long voyage here, and you have another ticklish trial tomorrow. Ticklish. Ticklish? I hate tickling. Oh. And you're to defend a Japanese man. I do wish you lots and lots of luck. Did Mr. Sholmes tell you about us by any chance? Oh, you know Hurley, do you? Hurley. Mr. Sholmes, do you, Shirley? Shirley Hurley. Oh, maybe she is? I don't know. To me, she looks just your random, little girl in anime. Mr. Sholmes was a fellow passenger on the boat that brought us to Great Britain, you see. Was he really? Well, I had no idea. I'm afraid Hurley's out on an errand again today, even though he's just returned from overseas. Wait a minute. We met this girl for the first time ever yesterday after the trial, and only briefly at that. What a coincidence. It does look steampunk. How on earth does she know so much about us? Did she deduce all those things do you think? Is she his daughter? And perhaps more to the point, why is she here in Mr. Sholmes' suite? Suite? Is it suite? I think it's called suite. Oh, silly me, I haven't introduced myself, have I? It's a great pleasure to meet you both. My name is Iris Wilson. Wilson. Like Watson. Sweet. Sweet. I live here together with Hurley. Iris, is it? What a lovely name. Oh, what? What's the matter? No, wait, this can't be. Did you say that your name is Wilson? What's the matter with Susaru-san? Why is she so flustered all of a sudden? Yes, that's right. And what are your names? Oh, I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo, the lawyer from Japan. Oh, sorry. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, Susato Mikotoba. It's wonderful to meet you. Lovely. Susie and Runo. Got it. Okay, maybe I should call them like that way now too. Susie and Runo? There's more to this girl than meets the eye. I have so many questions for her. I don't know where to start. Yes, and so do I. Let's ask the questions. Do we? It was you that we ran into yesterday, wasn't it? At the Old Bailey. Yes? Yes, that's right. You were ever so helpful. Thank you so much. Helpful? Oh, no, not at all. I'm so sorry we couldn't have been more welcoming. Though at the time, we did have a rather large gun pointed at us. Oh no, that gun, yes. Like this? Thinking back now, you left with Miss Lestrade in tow, didn't you? Yeah. Oh yes, that awkward witness, Gina Lestrade. Oh, Jeannie! Yes, she's a professional pickpocket. Yeah, we kinda know that. So we found out. It was very naughty of her to pinch my invention like that. Are you referring to the trial-disrupting gun-like contraption? Exactly. So I followed her, you see, to get it back. Perhaps I should think about fitting a self-destruct mechanism in my invention. Self-destruct system has been activated. All employees. This girl is dangerous. Anyway, I brought Jeannie back here after that. Indeed. So she could apologize to my trusty mechanism. Sorry, your technician? Wait, did I read it wrong? Never mind. Hurley, of course, silly. Hurley? Sherlock Sholmes. Yes, Sherlock Sholmes. We live here together. When you say it that way, it sounds weird. I had no idea the great detective had such a interesting young daughter. Daughter? Not likely. What? I wouldn't call him Hurley if he was my father, would I? Well, true. Well, you're rather a daughter of his friend? I guess. Did he take you as a daughter then, though, after some events? Well, then, what is your relationship with Mr. Sholmes? Well, I expect you have found out that lodgings of any kind in London are very expensive. So the solution is to share the cost with a partner, a roommate. Never mind. You're roommates. How old are you again? I hope you don't mind me asking, Iris, but how old are you? 10 at last this year. You're a big girl. How are you paying for rent? Well, what of your mother and father? Oh no, they're not around. Oh, I see. I wonder what the story is there. Maybe we'll find out. I don't know. Oh yes, there's something I must ask you. Of course. Go ahead, Susie. Susie. I'm a very great fan of The Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes and... Oh, you have a copy of Rand's magazine. Yes, I read every issue. It's delivered all the way to Japan on the ship. Oh, this is so exciting. My stories are being read on the other side of the world. You wrote it? That's right. Hurley is always solving such amazing cases, you see. And he tells me all about them. They really are quite fascinating. It would be such a shame if I was the only one who ever heard them, don't you think? Goodness. Last night he was telling me all about the new case he just solved on the steamship traveling from faraway land. Well, it wasn't only him who solved it. And basically at the beginning of that case, he was ready to... He basically said that he solved the case, pointing his finger at me. So I was just in the middle of typing up the manuscript of the next issue before you came. So are you the author? Yes, I'll let you in on the secret if you like. I'm going to call this latest adventure A Speckled Band. Just like the case's name. Chapter's name. The Speckled Band? That's certainly very familiar. Of course, I always change one or two details in the stories here and there. This time, I had the idea of making a venomous snake because of all the trouble. That was Mr. Sholmes' first thought as well, actually. Yes, and of course, I know that a snake might not be a credible fit for the facts of the case exactly, but it's a story. Some poetic license is justified to make it more thrilling, I think, don't you? Kind of, but when the story is based on the reality, I'm not sure if it's really a good idea. So, I mean, the reader is like thinking, what's real and what's not in this story? Can they even trust it in any way? So, do you mean to say, are the stories about Mr. Sholmes that are published in Rand's magazine all written by me? Yes, on my wonderful and very modern typewriter. 10 years of writing stories, wow. But all the stories I've ever read are written by Doctor of Medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson. That must be her nom de plume. So Sato-san's getting more and more worked up. She can't believe that the stories she was so excited about are written by 10 years old. Ah, yes, that's me. I mean, my name's really is Wilson. But what about the doctor of medicine part? Well, that's all true too. I am a doctor of medicine. At 10 years old? No, at 10 years old. At 10 years old? Indeed. Well, that's quite incredible. We're famous. Well, she is. But that hurts her feelings so deeply. I mean, come on, the girl is just a genius. Is that really that upsetting? Dr. Wilson is an English gentleman. Ah, yes. I did alter the setting slightly for the stories to be more compelling. Oh. Well, it sounds a little... I mean, to sing, you just have to have talent and practice. For writing, to be able to write well at such a young age. That's either takes a genius or I don't even know what. More like just a genius. Because there's no way you can just practice enough at such a young age to write well. Well, it sounds a little strange, doesn't it? A great detective with a 10-year-old girl in tow. Tow? Yeah. I suppose it does, yes. Poor Susato-san. She looks like her whole world has just fallen apart. Indeed. Oops. Chess players. Oh, okay. I mean, genius, right? Everywhere. About before. Yes. What's on your mind, Runo? Do tell me. How did you know that I was a lawyer and we just arrived in London with me? Yes. Oh. And that we have a difficult trial tomorrow. How did you know all of that? Deduction. Elemental. Wonder too. Oh, that's what you mean. Please, tell us how you did it. Explain every detail. Of course, I'll be delighted, although there's really no mystery. Now, let's begin. Iris Wilson is proud to present her logic and reasoning spectacular. Just like her dad. Hey. First of all, I knew already that you were a lawyer, Runo. After all, I met you yesterday at the Old Bailey in the defendant's antechamber. But you also said that we'd only just arrived in London. How did you know that? I observed a passport and travel ticket protruding from your breast pocket. Why are you still keeping it in your pocket? That's weird. Oh. So I was reasonably confident that you must have only just arrived in the country. Or he was about to travel away because he has a ticket sticking out his pocket. That would be more logical, to be honest. And on top of that, You accepted a case against that particular prosecutor, telling me you were unaware of London's court affairs. Hi. The Reaper of the Bailey. I walked right into that one, didn't I? And then I noticed a red ink stamp on the back of Susie's hand. What's that? You were given that when you visited the local prison to meet with a suspect, weren't you? Earlier today. Oh, I missed that. Like, it wasn't in the events. So, okay. They use those stamps to keep a close eye on comings and goings, you see. Yeah, to be sure that you are not one of the inmates, I guess. I didn't realize. And the red stamp is only used for people visiting foreign inmates. Huh? Weird. Oh, you mean... What? Why? Okay. So, that told me that even though you had only yesterday concluded the trial of Magnus McGilded, the two of you had already had cause to visit a foreign inmate at the local prison. Maybe you were just visiting a friend. However, neither of you was wearing a particularly sad expression on your face, so I concluded that the prisoner was unlikely to be a friend or a relative. Oh. That led me to believe that you must have accepted a new case. I see. That's genius. But how could you have known that the trial is tomorrow? Well, having barely been home a few hours yesterday, Hurley solved just another case. It obviously amused him. He told me that he'd caught a Japanese man who was bowling and trembling. A Japanese man? Well, clearly that must have been Mr. Natsume. Now Runo has that fancy Japanese sword. And I think your outfit is called kimono, isn't it, Susie? Well, anyway, it was clear to me that you both come from Japan yourselves. So, I put two and two together and decided you must be defending the Japanese man Hurley caught. And there was only one conclusion those facts could lead me to. You both came here to ask Hurley about the case. That was impressive. There's a note on the mantelpiece that says, "The man's trial will be tomorrow." Hurley is always stabbing his notes with a knife. You know, he's silly. Oh, I see behind you. And that's all there was to it, really. Thank you for listening. I'm Iris Wilson, and that was one of my great deductions. That was a good job. Well, was it a winner? Were my deductions correct? They were spot on. That was amazing, Iris. Truly a great deduction. You even managed to certain something of Mr. Sholmes' delivery. Oh well, I was just copying Hurley's style for that. This is really very good news. You could tell us all about the case involving the Japanese man. You will, won't you, Iris? Please. So, yesterday Mr. Sholmes apprehended the Japanese man you were saying. Yes? Yes. Hurley had just arrived back in London after his sea voyage. But the police were waiting for him at the railway station to take him directly to the crime scene. The great detective is the popular man, it seems. That was made quite obvious already. Apparently a woman was stabbed in the quiet street somewhere in town. There were witnesses who had seen a short, shifty looking stupid man running away from the scene. What does it mean, shifty looking and stooped? A short, shifty looking stooped man. Mr. Natsume, beyond any doubt. I mean, it's just a silhouette, right? Many people could also look like that. Shifty? Shifty. Suspicious. So, do you call him suspicious right now? Stooped is having the head and shoulders bent forward. Okay. Soseki-san said that he didn't see anybody else on the street at all. Yet there were 2 witnesses. Yeah. Hurley used his great deductive powers to determine the man's address. It was a lodging room very nearby. He went directly there with the police, and what did they find? A short, shifty-looking, stooped man shivering in fear. Mr. Sholmes' great deduction certainly hit the mark that time. Of course it did. He's a great detective. Still, that means that the incident occurred only 2 days ago. Surely tomorrow is too soon for the trial, isn't it? Definitely. We have no time to investigate properly. Hurley says that London is rife with crime. Oh. Scotland Yard is doing its best, but they can't stay on top of it, apparently. Oh dear. I hadn't realized the situation was so dire. Just put everyone in jail. Problem solved. That's why they can't afford to spend too much time investigating case and trying the criminals in court. Staff and money are both short. Crimes are usually pinned on the first suspicious person. Unbelievable. Why don't you just take a random person off the street and just pin the crime on them? Isn't it basically the same? That's terrible. Or just say, accident, case closed. I suppose it's the harsh reality of the working of the world's greatest justice system. I suppose it is. But in that case, I don't hold out much hope for Soseki-san, nor for anyone else who's in this situation. Thank you for answering so many of our questions, Iris. This has been very informative. Was it? Oh, you're most welcome. I've had so much fun. Do you happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is at the time? As you guessed, we'd like to ask him some questions about this case as well. Didn't you say earlier that she will be enough help? Oh, well, I expect Harley is still investigating the scene. I haven't seen him there. Of the case involving Mr. Natsume, you mean? Yes, Mr. Natsume? Okay. Hurley said he was going to the man's lodgings. Why? If you leave now, you'll probably catch him there. Do you know the address? Iris, do you know where the lodgings are? Lodgings? Well, I imagine the police are still investigating the scene of the crime themselves, aren't they? Did you happen to come across a detective by the name of Gregson? Yeah, but he doesn't want to talk to me about anything, really. Mr. Nuts. These nuts? Ah, goody. In that case, give Grexy this from me, would you? What's that? An envelope. If you do that, I'm sure he'll tell you what you want to know. What is this? A 5-shilling piece and a postcard, it seems. Did she just look into it? A card with a message on the back from Iris. What's the message? It reads, "Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem." Gosh, this will make the inspector help us, will it? And it's a money. We're just gonna bribe him. That again reminds me of post-mortem when we had to bribe the policeman with a bottle of wine. Well, thank you, Iris. We'll give it a try. I'll just keep the money for myself, and beat the ass of Inspector till so he tells me everything. Profit. Good luck then. I'm going to return to writing my manuscript. The Speckled Band. I think you found a friend, DQP. And I'll be making more special blends of tea to come back again. So come back again soon. Well, if I won't have a diarrhea after your tea, I'll be returning for sure. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, it's back to the scene of the crime again. Okay. So somewhat dubious that they would exert any influence over the man of Scotland Yard at all. We headed back to the scene with Iris's curious note and one of the world's heaviest silver coins in hand. Is it really made of silver? Sure, why not? It looks as though the police are still here carrying... This guy is still on his knees. Must be cold as hell. Perfect. So I hope they're at least like switching. One is guarding, another going on his knees. Find Inspector. Shouldn't be too hard. He's wearing different clothes. I mean, apart from these other policemen. Yes, and let's see if he'll take a break from his cheaps to look at that silver tip Iris gave us for him. Why did the detective just disappear? I mean, inspectors or whatever you call them. Yeah. I take that. Wait, can't I? Ah, present, sorry. I didn't press present. Yeah, I forgot that sometimes you need to even present stuff to people. This game so far been, I don't know. I gotta say I prefer the main series more over this. It's not a bad game, but I like the main series more. Yes, he does, David. And there's even fish in there too. It's fish and chips. I'm sorry to say I don't. I'm a very busy man. Wait, what? Much too busy to talk to a pair of foreign gadabouts. Gadabouts? What is that? That's for sure. It's not, well, I feel like it's a little bit too slow. I mean, the games are usually quite slow in the series, but I feel like there was more crazy turns in the main series rather than here. Like, before the save point, not much have happened. Well, I remember how there's... It's difficult to explain. Voice acting is not present in any of the games, aside from cutscenes that were introduced in later games. But that's all. I guess it's not really needed. It's like reading a book. Pleasure-seeking... Wait, what? Pleasure-seeking person. I'm a god about that. we have these for you. A present from Miss Iris Wilson. Anime? Yes, there is. I haven't watched it. I don't see much reason to, because it's basically just retells, as far as I know, the first game, or at least a couple cases from the first game. What? For me? From her ladyship? Okay, you're being creepy right now. Give that here, at once. Come on, hand it over. That's for me. Don't wait for me to give it to you, will you? What was that coin exactly? Royalty. I mean, I don't think she is. But he looked like he's a little bit too obsessed with her. It's a silver crown, obviously, and it's a lot more than that. It's, well, it's an appearance fee. That's what it is. Huh? Appearance fee? Oh, I see. You mean... That's right. For the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. Her ladyship always offers me a little financial reward for featuring me every time. Oh! Yes, of course. I know all about your exploits, Inspector. I read them avidly. Of course, her using my name without any say-so does make me the butt of a lot of unpleasant jokes, but still. I'm sorry, Inspector. That must be difficult for you. Never you mind that. He's like pushing it into my face. I can't. So, what do you want to know then? Food never runs out. Perfect. That would be perfect, wouldn't it be? Sorry? Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem, it says. Well, obviously it's not a problem. Go on, fire away. What do you want to know? Well, if you wouldn't mind, Inspector, we'd very much like to know the address of Mr. Natsume's lodgings. Actually, that's kind of fucking weird. Could we just go to Natsume and ask him where he lives? I'm pretty sure he would tell us, as we are his attorneys. We had to... a little knife-wielding mustached Japanese fellow. He lives in a right old hovel. It's just over there, look. Yeah. And Right there. Also, I didn't even notice. Did you see above the door? It looks like someone throw something in there and it's broken. Like a window is broken. Ah, okay. Is that his bicycle? Poor guy. That is nearby indeed. If I remember rightly, the landlord is a Mr. John Carrydab. Carrydab? Like, carry dat? Dat, you know, dat. Almost broken. Yeah, we noticed the bricks earlier when we were here. Which is weird. Right, well, if you see her again, you make sure you give her ladyship my regards here. I mean it. You tell her that Gregson sends his very best wishes. Don't worry, Inspector, we will. Goodbye for now, then. And long live her ladyship. That was weird. Well, at least he told us what we wanted to know before he left. Yes, so then, shall we go? Yeah? It doesn't look as bad as I thought it would be. Hey, how come he actually has windows? Aren't they supposed to be bricked? I'm confused. What is that? Is that a dress? It looks like a dress. Oh my. Hello. Maid. May I help you? Ah, yes, would this be the residence of Mr. John Carrydab? Ah, wait. That's not the room of our man? Apron. I don't know. It kind of looked like an apron first, but I think it's a dress. Indeed, it would, sir. And who may I say is calling? My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Mr. Naruhodo is represented Mr. Soseki Natsume. I believe he takes lodgings here. I would very much like to ask him some questions about our client. What about this? Is she... what? Aprons usually have only front part. One moment, please. I shall convey the message to Mr. Carrydab. Did you see that, Mrs. Sato? That was a real-life English maid. I know. As I understand it, anyone of standing in English society employs a number of household staff. Oh, really? Did she? Did we see her back? But that was the first time I've ever seen one in the flesh. Oh, this day keeps getting better. It certainly feels like we have really arrived now, doesn't it? Okay, I didn't see. We need only to meet a butler. My nose is cold. I'm turning into a snowman. and the experience will be complete. That would be cool to see a butler indeed. They're all usually so cool. I've seen them in video games a lot. Well, I'm not sure if I get that far, but I understand the sentiment. Thank you for waiting. Mr. Carrydab will see you now. This way. Is that a bullet? A huge bullet? These are bullets? Who? Does he? Looking cool, by the way. I'd say. I can't converse. Why? Good day to you. John Carrydab, at your service. Pleased to meet you, sir. This is Sirionosuke Naruhodo. He's a defense lawyer. Do excuse me not getting up. Took a shot to the knee a few years back in the Battle of Maywand. Don't you know? How am I supposed to know? Earned a medal for my pains, but had to withdraw from the service. Handed over the reins to the up-and-comings. Are you saying you can't walk at all, or what? So he's a retired soldier. It's a hell of a job getting up and down stairs now, I can tell you. Yeah, I'm sure DKP knows what you're talking about. So you can walk. You just... okay. It's hard. Don't get out much, as you can imagine. Yes, it's quite a climb up here and to the second floor, isn't it? I was panting at the top of the stairs. What? Second floor? Ryunosuke, even I can get to the second floor just fine. Dude. I live on the second floor. I mean, if he's trying to say that the floors are high in here, I don't see it. It looks quite normal to me. Probably. I don't know. You really must take more exercise, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah, you probably should. Do you think so? Second floor. Well, Mr. Carrydab, no doubt you were very courageous to earn yourself a medal. Yeah? Oh, it was nothing. The medal's just a folderol. Folderol? Folderol? Really? Wouldn't like to offend the general, though, so I grudgingly displayed it on the wall. Why don't you fetch it down, Joanne? Let these good people see it properly. I don't... Fine. Oh. Dash it, woman! Dash it, old woman! Be careful! Oh, dearie me, I do beg your pardon, sir. You jolly nearly took the skin off my hands. I shall be more careful, sir. Is she blind? So, anyway, there you have it. Living a quiet life now. Yes, I see. Now then, I hear you want to know about the chap lodging downstairs, is that right? So he's on the first floor, okay. Yes, we would be very grateful if you could answer some questions for us. Only two, please, naturally, especially if it helps to keep the peace here in Blighty? Blighty? Blight Town? What is he doing? I don't think you're supposed Ew. You know what about smoking? My flower died because my dad used to smoke near it. Every time he came to my place. I can't forgive this. So this case is very much in the public eye, as it were. Oh, is it? Even had some famous detective poking around, you know? In this old house, would you believe? Yes, Mr. Halleck Sholmes. Could have been. Didn't catch the chap's name. Not really my cup of tea, all the detective business. Oh, but you have a copy of Rand's magazine here, so... No. So you know him. What's that with his other... side of the face? It looks red. Look at that. Blighty is a soldier term for Britain. Oh. Is that why he's just sitting with one side towards us? Weird. Anyway, the chap's investigating the foreigner room as we speak. So, he is in Soseki's son's room. He slaps him? What do you mean? She's his maid. How is she slapping you? I only noticed that she, well, she missed that cup. Or, like, it overflown. Slap mark. That was a very small piece of skin to see, so how could you see a slap mark? It looked like maybe a burr. I don't know. It could be a slap, but too early to judge. I haven't seen much. It's a bully nuisance, is what it is. The whole neighborhood's twitching its curtains now. How did you see that? We haven't even seen his full right eye. And you could see a whole finger there. About Mr. Natsume then, Mr. Carida, please do tell us. Ah, yes, the Japanese chap. Only been lodging here for a week. Oh, just 1 week. So he moved in very recently then. He did say that I think he came here not long ago. I have 2 lodgers most of the time, one on the ground floor and one just below us. Wait, aren't you on the 2nd floor? Is it ground floor, 1st floor? Is ground floor under the ground? That makes no sense. Ground floor should be the 1st floor. You missed it, David. If he turns his head, ever, pay attention to it. Oh no, she's doing it again. Ah! If you want to know my opinion, I think she slaps on only herself. Doing it on purpose, does she? Look at those cheeks. Look at that. Oh my. Doesn't want makes you want to slap some cheeks. Jiggle. Jiggle. They do. They do. I mean, it does. This reminds me of that baby gif. When... It's so cute. This sounds weird though. Oh, why? What? He seems to have a good nervous disposition, always shaking and looking over his shoulder. Discord baby, yeah. The man had shady written across his sweat-soaked brow, if you ask me. I don't know. I said to myself, Joan, that man is trouble. Sooner or later he's going to do something untoward. Untoward. And I'm rarely wrong about anything. So tomorrow. Wait, where are we gonna play? Oh shit. Are you saying there are gonna be some hard Colossi side? Please tell me they're easy. We won't be calling this maid as a witness, that's for sure. I don't think it's for us to decide, actually. I think witnesses are only called by prosecutors. I might be wrong. Was there anything else that struck you as suspicious about the man at all? Yes. Oh, yes, indeed there was. And she's dying to tell us. Tell us, then. Had you noticed anything else? Oh, my word, yes, the man was shadier than an orchard. Orchard? Could you elaborate? Oh no, that cheeks again. That shaky cheek. Oh my god. Ah, it's right. Orchard. I thought it was... I probably just confused it with ostrich. That bird thing. Well, take the man's room. Absolutely stuffed full of books it is. More than anyone could ever read. And that's suspicious. Thank God Mel can't see it. And he never so much as passes the time of day with another living soul. I haven't seen a single visitor call. Well, the man just enjoys his time alone, and that's great. He just trots off so that old bookshop every single day to that, and comes back at 5 to light the gas fire. And the funny little... Shake it again. Oh no. And the funny little man is up long past time everyone else in the house has gone to bed too. I like living my life during the night too. Oh, I see. The gentleman on the ground floor goes to bed at around 9 each night. But I've never known the Japanese fellow to retire any earlier than 2 in the morning. If you are sleeping, how do you know when he's going to sleep? Could you clarify something, I wonder? What, pray? How do you know so much about Mr. Natsume's routine? Those cheeks! I can't! They knew what they were doing. I'd understood that neither of the lodgers live on this floor of the house. Is that correct? Mr. Nut. Yeah. She has a thing for him, maybe. Why is he sweating? That's right, yes, they're both below us on the first floor and street level. This is magnificent. See it again. Wait. Then. Good. How is it that you know so much about the lives of your lodgers? The precise times that they come back in the evening, for example, and the times they go to bed? Yeah, that's suspicious as fuck. I feel like they're more like wife and a husband that's been living for a very long time together, rather than the man and his maid. The way they, like, I don't know, communicate. She did. Something doesn't add up here. Suspicious. You guys are shady. It seems that the incident took place at around 5 in the evening. Did you happen to look out of the window at around that time? The window. Yeah, that one. Yes, we noticed that the window over there looks out over Briar Road. The incident took place on the pavement just on the far side of the street. Was there anyone suspicious loitering nearby? 5 o'clock is dinner time in the Gary Depp household, so I'm afraid I don't remember seeing anything. How about you, Joanne? No, sir. It would have been dusk outside already at that hour. Yeah, here, in the winter, it's, I think 5 is when it's dark as hell already. I think it starts to get dark at 4 p.m. and completely dark at 5. That's why I hate summer. Summer. Winter. I'm sorry. I like summer, but it's not like scorching hot, of course. And with the fog as well, I should think it would have been quite impossible to see the other side of the road. I see. Did you notice anything else out of the ordinary then? In summer, depends. I think right now it's around 9 that's dark, and it's already getting bright at like 4 a.m. It's almost day bright. But a little bit later in the summer, like when June, middle of the June, it will be like 10 p.m. is gonna be slightly, there's not completely dark sky, and almost like at 3 a.m. it's already bright. It's insane. But then it's gonna start going back, which is so sad. I really like long days. Well, it's nothing particularly significant, but all around he's not letting him say anything. Watch what you're doing! Oh dear me, what have I done? I'm awfully sorry, sir. Do be more careful, woman. I dig them, like, I want them to be together. If I may, Mr. Narrow Hollow. Oh, yes? She called me Narrow Hollow? Excuse me? I have an exceedingly good memory, and as far as I remember, I wish I had. and nothing of any significance took place here at that hour. Nothing at all. The moon and the moon and sun, dude. Yes, I do. I don't know. There is something between them. They look like an older couple that spent like many years together. This is so sweet. The way you were talking before, it sounded rather like there might have been. Oh well, as I was saying, it was just a truthfully matter, really nothing. Ah! Joanne, dish it all! What is the matter with you, woman? Beg your pardon, sir. Nothing happened. Yes, quite. Nothing happened. We sat down to a quite uneventful meal. Joanne? That's right, Mr. Gary Dabb. Like a flower with head. She does. That's cute. She might be a killer, or they are both involved in this case, and like he's a really stupid and is ready to speak out, and she's like stopping him from that. What is the matter with these two? They're in love. That's what. That's what. It sounds like something happened here in this room on the evening of the incident, but what? I wish I knew. Could you tell us which floor Mr. Natsume's room is on? Oh, why, certainly. Just below us on the first floor. And Mr. Sholmes is investigating there even as we speak. Maybe he's not anymore. This took forever. Yes, told me that's his name. That's his name. Name? Had asked him to look into the matter, so I gave him the key. Mr. Natsume, not Nemi. Has engaged Mr. Sholmes' services. Wouldn't give her a laugh, but she would. That's a blatant lie. Would it be alright if we also had a look around in Mr. Natsume's room, I mean? Why ask? Just go in there. It's already, like, occupied by Sholmes anyway. Don't see why not. It's just down one flight of stairs. Who knows if we'll find anything that could have helped us with the case. But we have to try. Yeah, let's go. We can speak. Yeah. What is that? No, nothing really? Are you sure about that? It kind of looks like it's burned. And there's isn't it a candle laying down there? And it's like the carpet looks either burned or like tore. Weird. Oh my god. Oh, it looks so tasty. I bought that cake that I shared on Discord just yesterday when I was going to buy some groceries because I have nothing to eat. And I gotta say I'm disappointed with that cake. It's not very tasty to me. It's very it's fresh, that's great and everything, but it was so too sweet. It's hard to enjoy it. Watermelon wallpaper. Nice choice. I need some red colored nerd too. Fresh food. You could say that, yeah. I bought some chicken meat. I already prepared it. Well, I basically prepared yakisoba again. I love it. Oh, there it is. The candle is missing from here. That's what it... And all the cakes are like messed up. What happened here? Let's see. Canon. Yeah, by the way, what's with that? A replica. I hope it is. A little more than a toy. Selling it off when I retired. You decide... Why? It's like you need more clutter in your place. That's just gonna collect more dust. A whole ass cannon in your room. Would you like that? Apron in reserve. Oh. Dries them over the barrel, you see. That's an apron. It's confirmed. Space, indeed. Gotta say, over the years, I have started to appreciate the minimalism. Still too much clutter in my place, to be honest. But maybe one day we'll get there. Can we just go? It's so cold. Mr. Natsume's room. That is a lot of books. That's a kitty! It's a kitty! Oh my god! Hi! Hi, beautiful. Just look at this place. And smell it. It's so musty in here. Ugh. Yeah, there's no window. So no fresh air actually coming in. I don't know, that candle makes me feel very anxious with all the books around it. I suppose it's the mountains of all books that are responsible for that. Even Susato is a little bit impressed. My nose is like... ice. I don't think I've ever seen so many books in all my life. Well, I mean, have you never been in a library though? No, me neither. It's so dark in here too. Well, I bet kids nowadays have never seen libraries. No need for them, I guess. Is that the window over there? Well, it was the window, I think, yes. Once upon a time. But for some reason it's been closed up by the bricks and mortar. So this is where Mr. Natsume lives. By the way, I haven't spotted Mr. Sholmes anywhere. Have you? Yeah, he must be digging in those books. Library, true. No, that's true, but according to what Mr. Gary Dab... Wait a sec, is that Gary Dab? That I keep reading as Gary Dab? told us the great detective should be around here somewhere investigating. And is he inside the book? Inside the... there. Do you see him somewhere? Like, I remember one time I turned around, he was like on the wall. Creepily. No, I don't think I see him. Not this time. I don't know. For some reason this place looks creepy to me. It must be because of the not much light coming in here. I'd be really uncomfortable living here. Kitty! Oh my god. It meowed. Hi. It's so big. It's a big kitty. Oh my, what an adorable little cat. Well, it's big cat. On the market? I've seen it in Persona. I think it's Persona 2. And yes, it makes this movement. Perhaps he's looking after all the books while his master is away. I hope someone is feeding the poor cat. I don't know about that. He disappeared into that pile of books as quickly as flash. It was a tricolor Mickey, wasn't it? Do they even have that sort of cat here in Great Britain? Why not? Perhaps Mr. Natsume brought the little creature with him from Japan. It's told here that cats with 3 colors in their fur are good luck. That's made me feel homesick now. Alrighty, we've only been in this country for 2 days. Yeah, but we've been on the ship for like what? A month at least? What? Rituals? You kill cats? That's fucked up. Meter. Coins. I believe that is the gas meter. Yes, it seems there is a piped gas in this district, which consumers pay for by putting coins in the meter. So if we were to put a coin in the slot, that would be enough gas to use the lights and the gas fire for the whole night. Huh, interesting. So, if you're too poor to have a coin, you'll have to spend the night in the dark and freezing cold. That's right. As would a rich man who only carried crisp white notes. Ugh. London is a scary place. You could bring some wood from the woods and try to warm yourself up. Oh look, it's a beckoning cat from home. It's a bit big and bulky, isn't it? Surely Mr. Natsume didn't bring that maneki neko. Maneki. Monday? All the way from Japan with him. I hardly think they're in the position to comment. You are in the position to comment, Mr. Naruhodo. What are you trying to say? Are you forgetting the enormous Daruma doll that you brought in your luggage? What? Well, it can be dangerous traveling abroad. I wanted a lucky charm. Couldn't you bring something smaller? Well, I imagine Mr. Natsume wanted the same, and this cat is sure to beckon. Good luck to him. It's not doing a very good job so far, is it? You mustn't say such things. I didn't say a word. Why are my eyes such a giveaway? Received from a second-hand bookshop. Yore Books. Yore? Oh yes, Mr. Natsume's name is on it. Look, and the date of the purchase. 2 days ago at 4:45 p.m. Tissue paper. David, those are papers. He's a writer. He's literally a writer. Or that. That's the day of the incident. That's just a short while before he was embroiled in the terrible attack. He must have been in this way on his way back from buying some old books. That's gonna be important, I guess. Where the hell is Sherlock? Sherlock. Weird. I thought we can check the bag. Yeah, that's a lot of books. Gotta admit. Like all the way from the floor almost to the ceiling. Just imagine that pile in your place. And there's a lot of these. Reading, okay, no, wait. You scared me, son of a bitch. Where's he sleeping, by the way? Look, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah, he almost gave me a heart attack there. Aha! There it is. Where did he appear from? He seems to be engrossed in the pages of an old book. I hope you won't mind if we disturb him. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, you two. Good day. Now, let me see. Where was it that we met? You already forgot? Oh, Mr. Sholmes, we were together on the SS Buria. Yes, of course, the Buria. And let me see, what happened on that voyage? He has memory of mine. It was Kazuma Asogi. He died, tragically. But you were a great help to us. Ah, yes, of course. The case of Mr. Asogi. It was the one with the snake, wasn't it? Well, the snake was there, but it didn't really have anything to do with it. Oh, well, you seem to remember something of it, at least. That's definitely my kind of memory. What an honor to be remembered vaguely by the great Herlock Sholmes. He didn't even talk about you, really, though. This is Mr. Oh, no. My dear madam, hold your tongue. I pride myself on my superior powers of recollection. Your names are safely recorded in my brain attic. Brain attic? Miss Naruhodo. No, dude, you got it wrong. And Mr. Susato. Almost. That was close. Try the other way around, Mr. Sholmes. I lose the first round. Yeah, you silly goose. In truth, I had hoped to invite you both to my Baker Street suite the day we arrived in London, but you didn't. So, why? I had to spend lots of money on the first night staying here. But some Scotland Yarders ambushed me at the railway station and whisked me away to a crime scene. I can't even imagine them just picking you up off the floor and just dragging you to there. It was an entirely trivial case, of course. I solved the matter in no more than 30 minutes. Oh, really? I'd like to hear how you did it. What was your way of thinking? So they apprehended Soseki-san in that short an amount of time? I'm afraid the pursuance of a new case has dulled my recollection of my past involvements a little. It is a mistake to think that one's brain attic has elastic walls and can distend to any extent. I do my best to forget useless facts, lest I should elbow out the useful ones. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yes, those are my own words of inimitable wisdom, you know, from an adventure entitled A Study in Scarlet. I know the name. Please, there's no need to quote yourself. I don't always remember my pearls of wisdom, but fortunately my associate pens them beautifully. He means Iris, I suppose. Mr. Sholmes, we have some extremely important questions to ask you about the trivial case you just mentioned. Goodness, what an earnest expression. My dear madam, I should be only too pleased. And this murky room is an apt place to discuss the murky case. Okay. We know this to be the lodgings of the Japanese foreign student by the name of Soseki Natsume. It seems that you assisted in his arrest, Mr. Sholmes, for the stabbing of a young woman outside here of Briar Road. Natsume? Yes, I believe it was a name rather along those lines. But Mr. Natsume denies it. Was it really justifiable to arrest him on so little? I guess, could be. I'm sorry, Mrs. Sato, but I have not the slightest idea what you mean. What? I can't believe he was looking Sato-san squarely in the eye while feigning ignorance. I assure you, I am not merely feigning ignorance. Why is everyone reading my mind these days? It would appear as if the pair of you are under some misapprehension. How? I assure you, I have no recollection of accusing your stupid compatriot of the crime. What? He's in jail now, dude. I don't get it. Here games. Here. But that doesn't make sense. The good detective of Scotland Yard made the following request for me, and I quote verbatim. We need you to ascertain the identity and whereabouts of a man seen fleeing the crime scene. Ah, a man seen fleeing. There were a number of books scattered on the pavement of the scene. From the book plates, I was quickly able to determine the bookshop from which they had been purchased. On speaking with the proprietor, I was immediately led to this address. Elementary, wouldn't you say? Elementary, yes. I believe there is a receipt around here somewhere from the establishment in question. Yeah, I've already found it, by the way. So, you don't think Mr. Natsume is the culprit then? But did you know that he's in jail right now because of what you said? Well, that I could not tell you. But it was aggravating my faculties, hence why I returned here. However, this place is such a trove of fascinating books, I found myself quite lost in bibliophilia. I do not be deceived into believing that I am a man of leisure. No. Oh dear. Tell me, have you encountered the landlord of these lodgings? Yes, Mr. Garridap. A retired military man. It was the first time I've ever met a soldier from the great British institution that is the services. And was sorry. And it was the first time I've ever met a maid from the great British institution that is service. I don't get this English, to be honest. I didn't think it was that funny. I do apologize. As you may well be aware, many households in London employ a maid. Yes, I read as much in my Great Britain primer. And so, conversely, whether or not a household employs a maid has come to betoken the social standing of those dwelling therein. Betoken... Sorry, I know none of these words besides social. Wait, I don't... Put simply, my dear fellow, those who employ at least a single maid are considered middle class. Those who do not are beneath that. Middle? Wow. Okay. Indicate. Okay. In the upper echelons of society, of course, households employ enough staff to constitute a large family. Never mind. Goodness, how extraordinary! As you can appreciate, for those on the precarious boundary between the middle and lower classes, being able to afford just one maid is the first importance. I had no idea. That's why I think that's his wife. He can't even afford a maid, but she's playing the role of his maid. So everyone would think that he's at least a middle class. And it is for precisely that reason that I find great stimulation in the situation upstairs. Specifically, in the retired army veteran, Mr. John Garridap. Oh? Affable as he is, the fellow is hiding something. Whether or not it imposes on the circumstances of this case, I am as yet unable to ascertain. I'm thoroughly lost in what he means to say. He means that landlord is hiding something. This room is thoroughly suffocating for the soul, my dear fellow. I assure you, any man whose lot is to dwell in a place such as this will stab somebody sooner or later. Oh, really? Here, kids, clean your rooms to be sure that you are not turning into a bad person. Mr. Natsume has stabbed no one. Well, at least it's not proved yet. Ah, but sooner or later, as I said. I don't believe that's the issue here. About this dark little room, Mr. Sholmes. Why is there no longer a window? Do you have any idea? No window? Well, I mean, I can clearly see that there is a window of sorts. But it's been completely blocked with bricks. Ah, I see. The answer to that question is quite simple. Window tax. Wait. This is the most ridiculous thing I've heard. There was a tax for windows? Tell me more about this. Window tax? What is that? Surely not a tax on windows. Precisely that. Oh my goodness. I bet they also had tax on air, right? Until relatively recently, a tax was levied? What? On households in this country by the number of their windows. Those of lesser means, having inherited a sizable and costly family home perhaps, rapidly closed windows up. Oh my god. While the rich opened windows here, there, and everywhere, in an effort to curry favor with those in power by furnishing them with large sums of tax money. How awful and unjust, forcing people to live in rooms devoid of light. Unbelievable. And then you need to pay to lead the room. You may besides the candles, you may use these gas lit lamps, and for that you also need to pay Oh, I just read the message from Ski. Hi, Ski. So some 40 years ago, or thereabouts, the Windows tax was abolished. But its legacy remains, as you can see, in squalid lodgings such as these, for example. I suppose Mr. Natsume's steeped for a living here in London isn't very generous, perhaps. It would appear so. I've done a little digging and discovered that these lodgings were offered at an extraordinary low price. I guess I would choose that too if it was super cheap. Because the room is so awful, I should think. Apparently Mr. Natsume only moved in here about 1 week ago. Yes, that's correct. However, I don't believe the low rent is explained by the shabby nature of the accommodation. Oh? But what else? Still, that is of little relevance here, a matter not worthy of further attention. But still... Are you sure? I'm curious now. Yeah, me too. Well, I believe I've told you all I can now. But... Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Was it not your intention to become a practitioner of law? You remember that, did you? Good for him. Will you perhaps be offering your services in this very matter, I wonder? To the occupant of this room, Mr. Natsume, was it? We just mentioned his name like a million times by now. I'm not sure. Why? Well, I clearly defended someone in court here only yesterday. Really? Wait. Actually, why did I read this as clearly? Well, then, I congratulate you, sir, on an ambition realized, and so promptly, too. The thing is... It's really made me question things. Am I right to believe in my clients? To trust in their innocence? Yes. Trust. Such a difficult thing. Especially nowadays. Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Natsume didn't do it, did he? What's so funny? My dear fellow, I haven't the first idea. Wait, what? But... I thought that's why you were here. Didn't you come back to investigate? Ah, yes. That was indeed my initial intention. But there are simply too many fascinating books here. I couldn't possibly ignore them. I can't believe this. You are the great detective. Nevertheless, there are two facts that I can state quite unequivocally. The man who fled the scene of the crime 2 days ago was the Japanese occupant of this room, and there are witnesses who swear to having seen the same man commit the crime. That is all I can say. So who are these witnesses? I think the other detective said there's 2 witnesses. There couldn't be these 2 people we just talked to before. I think they said that they didn't, they couldn't see anything outside the window because that was a time for a dinner or something when the stabbing happened. Ah, and one more thing. What is it? I cannot say with any certainty whether or not it is of relevance to this case, but I am quite sure that the retired army man who owns this property is hiding something. Obviously. Anyway, at present, that is really all that plays on my mind in relation to this case. Mr. Naruhodo, as yet our investigations have uncovered nothing that could have established Mr. Natsume's innocence. That's true. I even found only just one, how do you call it? Evidence. No, you're right. Perhaps it's time to be probed a little deeper into Mr. Gary Depp's secret. Just remember, I cannot be sure whether the landlord's secret will prove to be of relevance or not. But I wish you every success, of course, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you. A busy man indeed. He's gone back to his book and corner of the room. Yeah, there he is. Is it comfy? Sitting on those books? No one's here? Oh. Ah, you pair again? Tell me, was the detective chap, I forgot his name, still hard at work down there? Yeah. Why do you ask? It's obvious that he's talking about that person. Ah, yes, rings a vague bell. Yeah, sure, you completely don't know him. The name doesn't ring a bell at all. Oh, the detective business isn't really my thing, I'm afraid. Yeah. Well, Mr. Sholmes is in his element down there. Jolly good show. Another cup of tea, if you please, Joanne. Just don't overdo it. God, this thing is endless, isn't it? I want that. I love lots of tea. And it's always hot as hell. I need that pot. I shall be servicing dinner shortly, sir. Yes, of course. He also seems to have a short span of memory. Frightfully rude of me. But I'm afraid I shall have to ask you to take your leave, if you'd be so kind. Really? Oh, yes, of course. But I thought we wanted to talk to him. We are deeply grateful for all your assistance. Not at all, not at all. Don't get much chance to talk with young foreigners like yourselves. It's been a pleasure. You could at least invite me for a dinner. I don't know. Food is infinite in this universe. I want to live in this universe, you gotta say. Best of luck and all that. Perhaps you could see yourselves out? Rude. According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Gary Depp is hiding something. And since no other avenues of investigation seem open to us at the moment, perhaps we should do some more digging. Here, while he told me to go fuck myself? Okay. I'm so sorry. I don't know why. Everything was set for such a good rest. And I did spend quite some time in the bed, but I didn't sleep well. And these nightmares all over the place. I hate it. Some books in here. A pile of books. There's literally just 2 books there. A London winter, the nights are long. No better way to pass the time than in front of the fire with a jolly good book. The man of culture, I see. It's so weird. Ugh. No doubt Mr. Gary Depp enjoys the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes too. Yeah, he's enjoying it, but he pretends to not know him at all. Been polished to shine by accident, eh? Distinguished participation. Huh? What does it mean? What kind of honors even I could be in line for. Indeed. Enormous screen. Is it that enormous? I don't know. Looks small to me. It must have been put there deliberately, surely. Yeah, it's hiding something. Obviously. It certainly seems like someone's trying to hide something from view. I mean, that's what the screens are for, isn't it? What could be behind it, I wonder? I'm going to have a very quick look, just a little peek. Ahem. Ahem. Maybe let's not, Mrs. Sato. I think the maid is going to head us off with a cup of tea. Ahem. Okay, fine. Oh, shit. This guy's just scaring me all over. I didn't check the cakes. Oh, look! What a wonderful collection of cakes lined up on that gleaming silver cake stand. I want it. Afternoon tea is a time of indulgence, you know. It is quite the English way. I want to live in England just for that, so I could have cake with tea every day. It is Mr. Gary Dad's custom to take 2 cakes with his tea. 2 cakes? There's no limit to how many you can have. I didn't realize. That sounds delightful. Oh, wait a minute though. There's at least 10 cakes on this cake stand. Well, naturally. And it would never do to waste the leftovers. So whatever Mr. Garrida doesn't eat, I say to myself, Joanne, you shall have to tidy up. So he has 2 and you eat the rest, which is 8. I'm surprised you look like this and not like twice the size, to be honest. Oh, really? I mean, You mean like being rude, rather? Then I don't think you really need to move anywhere. People are rude everywhere. How magnanimous of you? Magnanimous. I'm still concerned about that candle. This old candle holder looks a little out of place here, wouldn't you say? Why? Don't know. Everything looks out of place in this place, to be honest. Also, what the hell is that? Look at that, those shelves. Like, everything is broken. Yeah, I don't know. I never really have people randomly talk to me on the streets. So I'm fine as is. Look at this crockery on display here. It's rather unusual, isn't it? Oh my, genuine London dresser. Isn't it delightful? You get people talking to you? What they're talking about? Although the shelves seem to be broken and the crockeries, oh dear, it's in pieces. It really is. The word cracked wouldn't do that chinaware justice. Yeah, what the hell happened? Ah, I wonder. Perhaps the cannon was fired at it. Then I think the whole wall would be destroyed, no? And with it, maybe a whole house too. Yes, probably something like that. But let's not delve too deeply here. What? Well, I gotta say, it must be weird to wear all black when it's hella hot outside, because black does it make it worse for you? Okay, what are you doing? What are you doing there, silly? What's he doing over there? Mr. Sholmes? Aha! We meet again, my dear fellows. I thought you were too busy reading the book. What happened? Good gracious. When did you sneak in here? Ah, he's sweating again. Herlock Sholmes, sir, at your service. Whatever were you doing over by the window? I am given to watching the evening sky at the as the sun sets, madam. Yet sadly cheerful as the room downstairs undoubtedly is, it lacks an aperture for such observation. So I took the liberty of borrowing a small corner of space by the window up here. And you must have noticed something, didn't you? Well, I feel like they didn't want you to check the window. Last time we talked about the window, they got very agitated too. Keeping an eye to one's windows at dusk is the prudent thing to do in London, I'm gathering. Ah, and one other thing, Mr. Naruhodo. I thought perhaps you might be in need of a certain great detective's Great mind. I mean, I could use some help, I guess. Wait, he's not talking about... Is he? I didn't expect to be going through that again so soon. Do you mean Mr. Sholmes? There is a mighty secret in this modest room. My eyes see even the most trivial of trifles. I'm gonna crack it. I take it you're prepared, Mr. Naruhodo. I think so. Am I? Let us conclude the matter before dark. Mr. Garida, though it would seem you are a military man of considerably distinguished service, your standing as a landlord is most certainly not what one might call first-rate. Huh. I'm afraid, sir, that it is all too clear to me. There are two conclusions I have been able to draw by careful observation of your living arrangements. I beg your pardon. The first is that even as we speak, you are concealing the presence of a ferocious beast in your care. And the second is that as a result of the beast's violent rampage, you have lost something very dear to you. Mr. Naruhodo, look! The old man's broken out in a cold sweat. Oh, now you notice it. He did that before a few times. Cats? What? Unbelievably, it seems Mr. Sholmes' conclusions are both spot on. How? How could you possibly? Are they though? They never are, really. How could I possibly know? You mean to inquire? The answer couldn't be simpler, sir. For in the dense jungle of logic and reasoning, I am the king of beasts. What? And I know only too well that wild beasts are not easily tamed. So, shall we begin? Once again, Sherlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Okay. Topic 1. Nature of the beast. It certainly shouldn't take a great detective to see that a fearsome beast has been on rampage of late within these four walls. That was me in the morning. Thus, we are faced with the question, what form might this beast take? Ah, for a man with a military breeding, your eyes are uncommonly candid. Your furtive glance, Mr. Garridap, leads us directly to the answer. The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed by the lion statue. Yes, although an army man, you appear unimposing at beast. Wait, at best. Like, me? I've been in the zoo, but I don't think I've seen a lion there. Not here. And also I've been there like many years ago. A fact that has fueled your admiration for the mighty lion, the king of beasts. What is this, piffle? I ask you. I also don't get it. In the end, your admiration became so great, in fact, that you had a living, breathing spaceman shipped from India, which you tried to keep in this very house. So, this dude, he's so silly. No. What? Oh, it is a slap. I think I know whose our beast is, dude. And you're so silly. Yet living with such a wild beast proved more difficult than you had imagined. The chilling traces of the wild rampage are still very much in evidence. Well, yet as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to, madam? Me? I pray you do not consider me unchivalrous, but it is plain to me that one glance in your direction, it is? Your dress pocket gives us handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts, and that is circus show. How could he even see it? You don't see it. What? Yes. You sought to dispose of this terrifying lion, Mr. Gary Dapp, at Betty's Circus, a traveling show currently sojourning in a nearby park. I have observed the tents. You sold the savage lion, sir, to the circus troupe. I most certainly did. I most certainly did not. I did not. I believe I have made my point. The fearsome beast which ran amok in this room was an Indian lion. That's quite specific. And a simple visit to the circus will reveal the lion prancing jubilantly through a ring of fire. Conclusion: a rampaging Asiatic lion. Topic 2: aftermath. Now, Mr. Gary Dapp, it is plainly clear that you still have deep feelings for this formidable beast. He's holding this slap mark. He does hold feelings to this beast, but it's not a lion. Indeed, in that blithe, pose, the distress this loss has caused you is veritably tangible. I can't read. It just hurts. I don't know. Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders, the pain you feel being revealed by that supporting arm. Amid fits of tears, you let your beloved beast go. The strain of losing something so dear to you is clearly visible in your visage. Nonsense, man. I simply... But what we must now ask ourselves is the true cause of this pain. Look at her. She knows what it is. And we need only follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. Yes, it is the pile of bills that has been rise to the pain of your suffer. Every envelope contains another demand for payment. For cartloads of meat, potatoes, weeds, and tea. Indeed, feeding your beloved has had a devastating impact on the financial circumstances of your household. I don't think all these things are eaten by a lion. And so, but someone else. And so had no choice but to let it go. Yes, well... Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out the last unimaginable attack. Unimaginable? The aftermath of which can be clearly seen by observing the carpet over there. Yeah, I noticed that. I knew it looked like a burnt mark. I'm smart. A very expensive woolen carpet, if I am not mistaken. Oh dear me. Oh, those cheeks are back. Schlep. What could have caused such a destructive outburst? And she looks at him. What if he got a little bit touchy and she's like, slap you in the face? This time, madam, I'm afraid it is you who has inadvertently revealed the truth to me. Your then wondering eye has settled upon the answer very neatly indeed. Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only look at the Tower of Cakes. He doesn't look like... I think he looks exactly like the type. There's no creature more dangerous on this earth than a beast with an unsatiated appetite. Was it or was it not once said by a certain nobleman, if they have no bread, let them eat cake? Food is at the heart of an old tragedy, in fact. I would fight for food. Whatever do you mean? Having tired of the taste of cake, the beast began to stalk its next prey. I don't think you would ever want to try to feed a cake to a lion. I'm sure I need not spell out the nature of its final act of destruction carried out by the beast. There's only one logical conclusion. Worked into a frenzy by hunger, the lion attacked and ate the carpet. The carpet looks burnt, you fucktard. The teeth marks in the carpet are a perfect match with those of a lion I once saw in India. He's so dumb. Yeah, right. That's what happened. See what I was talking about? He's dumb. Yeah, good job. Now I'm gonna destroy your career. The return of the fucktard. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Garrett. I'm afraid I did not notice. Again, like, which time is it? My deductions can be startlingly sharp. It stands to reason that your cup runneth over. Indeed. My revelations can make people spill tears at times too. Oh! Mr. Sholmes, sorry to butt in again, but could I make an observation? Why, certainly, Mr. Naruhodo. What is it? Again. Well, your deductions just now. Do you really think a lion could have fit inside a room of this size? Well, I think they could definitely fit. They probably wouldn't have much space, but they could fit. Indeed, it is only explanation for the facts. The terrifying truth all too often lies beyond the realms of common sense. But wouldn't it be an idea to consider that what lies inside the realms of common sense as well? But if an uncaged lion had run amok in this very room, surely Mr. Gary and his maid would have been hurt. Or worse? Have you seen some lions that purr like kittens, though? In the hands of humans? Ah, that's where you are stuck. No doubt the former military man held his own against the beast using that large cannon. Yeah, sure. Are you... what? Are you saying he was threatening the lion to shoot it? And lion was like, yeah, okay, I won't bite you then. I thought you said that they sold the lion to the circus. And what about the food? Meat and potatoes are the one thing. But I don't believe I have ever heard of a lion that drinks tea and eats cake. Ah, my dear Mrs. Sato, it occurs to me with some regularity that irrespective of race and breeding, whenever anyone lands on Great British soil, they are infused with a highly appropriate taste for afternoon tea. Happens to every species. Okay. I think this man strangely dumb for someone who likes books. I guess. Then it's not racism, I guess. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's your turn to shine again. I had a feeling that was coming. A slight massage? That's all that Mr. Sholmes' deduction need. You can do it. Yeah, just needs a little bit more shaping. Excellent. I've been waiting for my trusty partner in deduction to step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. We don't even know yet whether or not this is going to help with Mr. Natsume's case. Yeah, I doubt it will be. Still, uncovering the truth is always worthwhile. Whatever the... Is it? Is it though? Is it? At least, that's what I want to believe. Okay. Okay. Nature of the beast. I hope the game will tell me when I need to do something, right? I'm not rereading all that. Not even the trial. We are investigating. I really didn't see the lion thing coming. No. But if you observe Mr. Gary Dad's reaction, it rather seems as though some beast did indeed run amok here in this room. Yes, something with a very fierce nature. But it couldn't have been a lion transported from India. So what was it then? We must follow Mr. Gary Depp's gaze. That will lead us to the true answer. What Okay. I don't even see how. What's that? It's a baby. This photograph. It appears to be from Mr. Garidad's wedding. It's a wedding? Wait, what? That was like, it's a baby. I told you they're married. I told you. She looks like a baby here, though. Damn it. I'm sitting on my... Oh my god, it's getting deeper. Oh shit. I need to fix my cables. Give me a sec. Sorry, I took a moment to drink water too. My cable gets into my chairs, under my chair. I hate it every time. He looks very happy, doesn't he? He does. But you can't make out his bride. No, how unfortunate. Something must have struck the glass directly over the woman's face. I wonder. Probably best not to delve too deep there. Plump. Powerful would be kinder than plump. I don't know. Yes, she certainly looks that. There is a lot of horsepower there. You stop right there. You stop right there. That's not nice at all. Just let's give it a plump. Not someone you'd want to upset, that's for sure. How do you see it? She looks like a baby. I don't see anything of power here. Oh look, have you noticed her wedding ring? It's very large, isn't it? Ah, it's a ring. Ah. It's a hand. It literally looks like a baby's hand. Unusual design. It looks like some sort of embellished sunflower. He looks happy indeed. That's kind of sweet. This must have been when Mr. Garidad was still in the army. It seems to be carrying his rather stout bride. Stout? I suppose he was very strong in his younger years. Hard to imagine now. He's as thin as a rake. He looks quite kind of thin here too, you know. He was probably like that most of his life. Fat.
Take that!
Am I right? Oh my. The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed by that newlywed bride. Still have no idea. I mean, they don't see her face, so how are they gonna connect it? Precisely, Mr. Naruhodo. Shut up! You had no idea. No other explanation could possibly fit. You just said something else, though. Yes, this framed print pictures your wife, Mr. Gary Dabb. And while we lament the fact that her face is obscured, we can still make out her mighty arms and note the considerable horsepower they must contain. Her arms. Do you see the mighty horsepower? I see only a baby. Oh, indeed. Surely any woman of such powerful construction would be honored to be described as a beast. I mean, she looks just like a plump, nice old lady. You know, I don't see any powerful about her. Honor might be stretching the point. Too late, the fact remains that the beast, which so clearly savaged this room, was your wife, Mr. Gary Dabb. So fat. Yes, indeed. The chilling traces of a wild rampage are still very much in evidence. Well, yet as we look around, the beast in question fails to present himself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to, madam? Me? I pray you do not consider me unchivalrous, but it is plain to me with one glance in your direction. It is? Oh, okay, we had this conversation. Okay. The poor, fragile, defenseless woman is beside her. Well, I don't know about fragile. Oh dear. Anyway, Mr. Sholmes is quite right. There is no sign of Mr. Gary Dabb anywhere. But it seems there may be a clue as to her whereabouts. A clue that this maid is trying to hide. I wonder where Mr. Gary Dabb's wife could be. She went to circus. What reveals Mr. Gary Dabb's current whereabouts? Mrs. Well. There it is. Praise the sun! She looks like that ring, doesn't she? She's wearing a very large ring, look. Oh yes, a sunflower design. With some rather nice embellishments. And it's on the ring finger of her left hand, which means... it's surely a wedding ring. It looks like it's on there for life too. I can't imagine it would slide off a finger of that size. Praise the moon. No. It's sunflower, so it's sun. That's something to think, Mr. Naruhodo, not to say. You guys should shut up. Do you know Mr. Gary Dabb's wife in the photograph had a ring very much like this one, indeed. Really? You have a great memory. We just saw it like 2 seconds ago. A large sunflower reading ring. Coincidence, indeed.
Take that!
Welcome back, Nikipi. Your wedding ring gives us the handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. No. Indeed it does. That flowery band gleaming on your finger gives you away. You didn't leave, but the chat does say that you just joined the channel. So you must have either... maybe there was slight disconnection or something. For it is identical to the one shown on the hand of Mr. Gary Depp's bride in this photographic print. Yeah. Yeah, of course. All about you. In other words, you are no ordinary household maid. Wow. I'm so, like, I'm proud of myself. I cracked this before the game even came to it. No. You are Mr. Gary Depp's lucky bride. You are Mrs. Gary Depp herself. Oh my, a word. Well, jolly fine detective, sir. As you rightly surmised, this is my wife, yes, my Joanne. I knew there was something to them, you know, like, they look like a very nice couple. Of course, there's always a problem or two. I mean, they've been for eternity together. So. It would appear that you don't live in the most comfortable of circumstances. After all, you are a retired army man, yet you are in the business of renting out rooms? I would assume, therefore, you have insufficient means to employ a maid. Would that be correct? It's not right, I tell you. I was second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment. A man has his pride, don't you know? By golly. It's a sorry thing when a chap can't even afford to have a single maid in his employ. I'm not sure I would like a maid. I don't know. It never ends well. Yes, here in London one is rather judged. A household cannot be considered worthy of society if it employs no staff at all. Though, in my considered opinion, such concerns about appearances are a folly. You mean Mr. Gary Depp has his wife work as his maid? Precisely. Am I right, Mr. Gary Depp? Only in company, obviously. But listen here. This must remain a secret. Tip-top secret. Please. Maid fetish. But he said she's doing it only when they're in company. So, nah. Wait, it's not done? Shit. Okay, now who destroyed the carpet? I'm pretty sure it's not the Lion who ate it. There was fire. Why not? He could have. Mr. Sholmes is quite something. He's still calling Mr. Garridab's wife a beast. Yes, as a woman that feels rather uncomfortable. Yeah, I gotta say, I would not like that either. But Mrs. Garridab is standing beside her husband as we speak. Ew. Ew. In other words, he hasn't lost his beloved at all, has he? Oh, how true. So perhaps that supporting arm he seems to be probing his up his head has some other significance. According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Garridab's pain is tangible, though. What could that pose of his really signify? Is she a left hand? Why on the left? I mean on the right. From that side. Slapped. Oh my, look at that bright red mark. Gosh, that's quite something and clearly made by somebody's hand. Yes, Mr. Garridab has been slapped on his face. On the face, it seems hard. Roleplay? I mean, or roleplay is fine, but you said something like when people are watching is ew. Exactly. Whoever could have done such a thing? Well, there's a very limited number of candidates, I'd say.
Take that!
Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders, the pain you feel being revealed by that slapped cheek. Slapped cheek. We watch actors in movies. This is not the same. This is not the this is absolutely not the same. Oh, look at her. Oh. Very cute. It's so jelly. Very sharp. Why were you subjected to such a violent slap? In other words, we must ask ourselves, what caused Madame Garridab to fly into a rage? She's looking at the unpaid stuff that they need to pay. Is it? No? Didn't Mr. Sholmes say that the bills were all for line voter? Yes, but now we have established that the line never existed. I was pretty sure about that from the beginning, which can only mean that the thing responsible for gobbling up all that food was Mrs. Garridab's wife. Mr. Naruhodo, she's a person, not a thing. Yes, well, she's also a person who gave her husband a mighty slap around the face. one so hard that it left a perfect hand mark, in fact. No, it's just the time flies too fast for you, DKP, because you're having a good time. Yes. Why would a woman want to hit her husband with such force? I wonder. Just grow a little and you'll know. I'd love to know the answer to that question. Maybe one day you will find out too. But I wonder, is that what it is? What is this? Oh! He got something from another woman, isn't it? That's why she slapped him. Told you that you would find it out one day. Ah, someone must have been reading this book at the moment. There is a bookmark here. Look. Mr. Garabdap is clearly an avid reader. Oh, wait a minute. I don't think this is a bookmark. Oh no, so it isn't. It's a note, written in woman's hand. You can actually tell which hand it is. I mean, there is a man that with nice writing too. Writing hand. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. Like, I was expecting some kind of note from a woman, but like that. God, I would kill you. I'm surprised it was just a slap. And look next to the signature here. Lip marks made with lipstick. I bet she also sprinkled some perfume she uses. Classic. Oh, you're saying the victim is Mary? Shut up. What a passionate and romantic gesture. Don't get any ideas, Susato-san. Oh dear, I'm sorry. So this bookmark is actually a love note then. Oh wow. Well, I guess that's what it is.
Take that!
Yes, it is. It's this love note that has given rise to the pain you suffered. James. I assume this is Mr. Gary Depp? Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. Wait a second. The names, though. Just realized that they remind me of Silent Hill too. Passionate indeed. Perhaps the sender of this note, a certain Miss Mary. Is the fly in the ointment here? Fly? Don't remind her about this. She will kill this man. But I don't know the bully woman. Why did you keep the note though? Why is the note still there? Why didn't they throw it out? I would be like raging, tearing it to pieces. I didn't finish. James's wife name is Mary Dicky P. You don't know her? That note wasn't written to me. It was just in the book. I don't know how it got there. And where did you get the book then? It's not your book? Maybe he also got it from... No spoilers. Exactly, you get the letter from your wife in the very beginning. It was just in there, you say. He must have gotten the book where our defendant has also gotten it from. Like second-hand bookstore or something. I trust him. That's why he never like too angry at her for doing this. Because he feels slightly guilty still. Even though he didn't do anything. That's so cute. Now listen here, Joanne, old thing. I explained at the time. I bought the book at that second-hand place, and that note must already have been in there. Isn't it your name, though? That's quite a coincidence. Then, if that's her name. So the previous owner... Oh, look at that. She's constantly... Okay, this is an endless cup now. Was using the note as a bookmark, you mean? That's right, that's what I've been... A likely story. For heaven's sake, woman, look at the name. It's written to James. My name, in case you'd forgotten, is John. Oh. It's not even his name. Like, come on. So cold. A likely story. Are you questioning my name now? And there we have it. Arouse the suspicions of the female heart and you unleash the beast with the most ferocious bite. I don't think she killed anyone though. Now, in a final feat of rage, the ferocious beast carried out the one last, unimaginable attack. The aftermath? Are you sane? Dude, she ate the carpet. I don't think so, though. Didn't eat carpet? No, of course not. But there doesn't seem to be any doubt that the state of the disarray that this room is in is a result of her wild temper. No, that's true. So, this is the last part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction that we need to fix. We need only to follow Mrs. Gardepp's gaze, and that will tell us the real answer. What? Oh, right. Well, what is this? Circus? There is a line there, alright. Very great circus lovers. Oh. Oh, I never heard about it. Me neither. And that sounds kind of degrading, I guess. It couldn't, like, isn't it like calling the girl a carpet? So cold. Oh dear, I do hope not. I'm not sure that's what it is. Candlestick? Candlestick.
Take that!
Because candle came from there. There you go. I'm so smart. I love games that make me feel like I'm super smart. They're just yeah. To explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only look at the candlestick. You didn't have to say that, you know? The remnants of a ferocious attack in which the carpet was devoured are clearly visible. Indeed they are. Scorch marks at the edge clearly give the truth away. Scorch marks? Are you blind? It would appear that this room was the scene of a little marital altercation. Mrs. Gary Dapp's mighty arm muscles left an impression not only on her husband's face. I mean, I gotta say that was an impressive slap, but I'm not sure where he sees the muscles. But on the entire room, the force of her strike caused the candle to fall from the full holder, again to cause the very fragile how do you call it? Furniture? That's not furniture. The stuff you eat from. To be broken like this. You don't have to actually be strong. And in seconds, the carpet was alight. And the whole corner of the room in flames. I'm actually surprised you guys didn't catch the whole room on fire. Like, lots of lag there. For the most ferocious beast in this world is neither a violent lion nor a vengeful woman, but fire. I swear, I guess. And in this room, the ferocious beast bared its claws and ran amok. Yeah, indeed. So impressive. Eloquently. Never mind. Put this dear fellow. So you see, my dear, never mind. There is but one conclusion here. Oh, really? Now. After the sparks of marital discord flew, this room was the scene of a fire. He's like, and? Mr. Sholmes, sir. I salute you! Oh my god, please don't stand. You're not... Wow, she's strong indeed. Oh my god. Just like in their bridal picture, he was holding her. Now she's holding him. Oh, so beautiful. It's these dashed, long winter nights, you know. Nothing to do but read in front of the fire. Luckily, there is a jolly good second-hand bookshop just around the corner. Buy all my old novels there. And in the pages of one particular novel, you discovered some rather illicit material, for which your wife admonished you harshly, it seems. Don't know about admonished. Demolished might be rather closer to the mark. And beast is most certainly an... Ah! Here we go again. And the carpet. Was that destroyed by fire when the candle fell on the floor? What does that mean? Afraid to say it was. Perhaps happened in the blink of an eye, you know? The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a thing. I was caught between the old stick's rage and raging flames. You playing a painted torrid picture, sir. While that would have been most entertaining. That's sympathy for you. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The bully furniture started going up in as well. We've had to hide the mess behind that screen for the time being. Oh, I guess I don't want to see what's behind there. Well, you have nothing more to hide now, if you'll allow me. It's not a big fire. Not much. Like, have you seen the books in Mist? Those were completely destroyed. Here you've hardly burned 5 of them. I had all my favorite old novels in that case. Oh no. But as soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh! Up in smokes. Gosh. Then the wife started hurling things at me. What a terrible sight it must have been. There was I, back up against the window, under heavy enemy fire. Incendiary books incoming 10 to the dozen. Worst of it is I lost my favorite book called The Lion's Pride. The Lion's Pride? Ah yes, your notorious love for big cats coming through again. I assure you, the title didn't influence my choice in the slightest. Right, really. So the poor man really did lose something dear to him as a result of the ferocious beast's rampage. Mr. Sholmes' deductions turned out to be correct once again. Really? It can only be described as a great British wonder. Wait, does this mean that cat in the room below is his? I tell you, it was total carnage, flames everywhere, and the old stick in full battle. Out of interest, what time of day was that? I bet it happened during the incident. Not sure I can remember. It was 2 days ago now. Let's see, around 5 o'clock, I think. That's around the time when it happened, I think. So, at exactly the same time, as a terrifying incident was unfolding outside your window on the street below. See? They didn't do it. Even more terrifying on the inside, I can assure you. A whole of Blighty could have been flattened outside the window of that at that moment, and I wouldn't have noticed a dashed thing. Oh, really? Mr. Sholmes? Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. What can I do for you? Well, I think we have got to the bottom of Mr. Gary Depp's situation now. But what does it have to do with Mr. Natsume's circumstances? Well, he never said that it's connected. I can't help you there, I'm afraid. But at least it tells us that they are not culprits, I guess? My dear fellow, if you recall, I did say as much from the outset. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Ayashimi. I warned you that although I knew the retired army man to be hiding something, I could not be sure whether his secret would prove to be of relevance or not. I am speechless, I guess. I just knew you were going to say that. Yeah. I'm surprised that's not DKP saying that. Now, Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't lose heart. Bear in mind that all things fall into one of only two categories, those relevant to the case and those not. Apparently so. That makes no sense to me. Well, no matter. It is of far greater importance that you make up your mind now. Sorry? Visiting hours at the prison will soon be over. No! Isn't that time already? Does this mean we're pretty much done with the investigation? Well, that's awesome. I hope we have enough information. We have official paperwork to attend to. So that's it. No more time to think. What do you guys think? Are we accepting this case? I think we wasted too much time to not to. Perhaps you'd like to take yourselves and bidding us farewell now? I must prepare supper for Mr. Garridap. Oh yes, I'm so sorry. Sure. Yeah? No, nothing, of course. Let's just go back to Japan. I hope that maybe the second game will take more time in the Japan. Or they will make us travel somewhere else. Why make the game take, like... I don't know. I thought that the whole game will take place in Japan in 19th century, but no. Only first case did. So far. I'm going to have to give him an answer. Okay. Wait, what? I chose prison. What? What's the matter? It looks like something's going on over there in front of the Garridap's house. Huh? What the fuck are you? I know thee not, old man. Fall to thy prayers. That's his voice. Ooh. Who are you calling an old man, you ram-looking nimity-pimity? Oh, nimini-pimini? There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. Effeminate? Who? Who's this Horatio fella, eh? What are you on about? Who are these people? Oh god. I thought I would just go and accept the case and I will be able to go to sleep or something. Why is this happening to me? Excuse me. Hey, what the? Who are you now? Feminine guy. Oh. This guy's calling him feminine? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It just looked as though there might be some problem here. And my associate here, Mr. Yonosuke Naruhodo, is a lawyer, you see. Hey, a lawyer? What? If I can be of any assistance, I'd be happy to help. I mean, dude, you're already on the case. Do you really want to have more work? I'm from Japan, but I have studied English law. Fine. I'll be on my way for today. But you mark my words. This ain't over yet. Get thee to a nunnery. Nunnery? Do I look like a blooming nun to you? Didn't you just say you're out of? Go, go, go. Bye. Ah, you look so happy. I do hope you're not injured. Oh, fair Eastern maiden, thou art so gentle, thank you. The church, oh, nunnery, because of the nuns. Right, makes sense. What was that all about? There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt. Why you keep repeating this? I'm not Horatio either. Forgive the inquiry, sir, but are you a lodger here in the garret up residence? Oh, fair Eastern maiden, thou art so right. Yes, I do dwell in this humble abode. Mr. Garrett mentioned that he had another lodger, didn't he? Yeah? This must be the man. Do you happen to know the other lodger who lives on the first floor? Ah, yes, a gentleman named Natsume. Oh, more worthy but polemist. In my battle of words near... Could there be? So happy to see us, I guess. He's looking at me. I guess I should be happy when someone's looking at me like this. Sorry, battle, did you say? Who is the stronger, Hamlet or Macbeth? Mr. Natsume and I sparred long into the night. You fight? You fought? I see. I don't get it. I don't fully understand, but it seems Mr. Natsume and this gentleman are acquaintances. Pleased. We should ask Natsume about him, I guess. So, fair maiden, so good gentleman, I can tarry here no longer. I can't. They were arguing who was better. In what? Staying up late? I didn't really understand him, but I think he's returned to his room. Yeah, I think so too. It seems he's unaware of what's happened to Mr. Natsume, so he can't really help us. Oh, writer. So was that Shakespeare? With Soseki-san and that man as lodgers, the Garridap house is certainly full of eccentrics. Anyway, I'll go to find a carriage. Well, that's about time. An alibi? Alibi? I don't know. Does it? I don't think so. Because I wouldn't be surprised if that man is actual killer. So, if that would give him an alibi, that would give that other man an alibi too. He didn't say when they were having. I can't believe you came back. I'm so touched. Please, chill. He needs to relax. His blood vessels are gonna explode. Ugh. We're so sorry to have kept you waiting, huh? Mr. Natsume. Oh no, thanks. Think nothing of it. Relax. You relax. If I were a cat, I would purr with pleasure at the company of such fine compatriots. Oh my. I'm not sure that water will help you much. You need to eat more, more vegetables. They help. Noble, nurturing, never failing Nipponese. I guess. Oh, now, let's not get carried away. Oh, I quite agree. What's that? There's nothing more reassuring than the familiarity of one's native land. On the other hand, who's talking? Ah! Sholmes, what are you doing here? It is through friendship, transcending international borders, that one truly appreciates the fact. Such is my belief, at least. Ah. Oh, it's... Yes, It's you. It's him. The miserable, rotten spy, Hairlock Sholmes. And he's like, yep, that's me. Well, I guess there is just that you don't know who that is? Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing here? I have no intention of doing anything per se, save observing, of course. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Well, having encountered some curious reading material in that gloomful room, and having unmasked the secret identity of that eccentric pair, I decided I should drop in on my way home to see how our divested friend is faring. Huh. Gloomful room. Gloomful room? At least your accommodation here offers a window, my dear fellow. In that sense, it is a superior option. You could say so, but the walls are colder, I guess. Anyway, I must commend you on your taste in books. My day has been a delight, and cost me not a penny. Ah, you! How dare you, Hairlock Sholmes! I've said it. I've had it. I'm through. I'm at the end of my rope. I should never have come to Great Britain. It was a terrible mistake. Haunted by spirits in those accursed lodgings, No doubt my luck will be cursed in tomorrow's trial as well. My whole life is be damned. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? He mentioned that once before, didn't he? That his lodgings were cursed, I mean. And there is much truth in Mr. Mustache's words. Mr. Mustache. He does have quite an impressive mustache, I gotta say. What? Cursed is the wholly appropriate description, I would say. What do you mean? For the man's lodgings, and indeed for tomorrow's trial. What's that supposed to mean? Oh, sorry. Eh? Eh? Mr. Natsume, what did you mean by what you said just now? About the trial tomorrow being cursed? I like the music here. It sounds so sad. Oh no. Why? Why are you looking so grave? You're making me nervous. I was just getting carried away, that's all. I didn't mean anything by it. Oh, I see. That's really agitated him. You don't mean the trial really is cursed somehow? You said that, not me. So I'm trying to ask you about that. Are you referring to the prosecutor? Prosecutor, the Reaper of the Bailey? The Reaper! Oh no, what do you mean? Please, tell me, summarize it succinctly in 16 salient words. 16 specifically? No defendant has ever survived a trial in which the Reaper stands for the prosecution. Ever. Is this 16 words? It is. It is. Wow. Did they actually make it to be? Ever is cheating. Come on. Oh my goodness. Can it really be true? That was 16 words exactly. Yeah, it was. I did count. Yesterday, Mr. Naruhodo successfully defended someone against the Reaper. But then, after... Okay, you should stop right there. But then, after the trial was over, the defendant passed away in unusual circumstances. Mr. McGilded. What? What? You heard me. Ah, I am impressed, Miss Sasato. You have an eye for detail. We're just told. Actually, the Lord Chief Justice told us. Mr. Sholmes, surely it can't be that having failed to have the accused evicted, Lord Van Zieks killed the man himself. I mean, come on. It can be, right? Oh no, he couldn't have, surely. You have some wonderful notions. I can't believe this. This is a bullshit. But actually, maybe not. Sorry? The man isn't a mass murderer, he's a court prosecutor, my dear fellow. Yeah, but he never ever lost before yesterday's trial. My leg is literally cold. Just trying to massage it. Oh, yes. Why, of course he is. Of course he is? Then why are you trying to scare me? It could be said, however, that the real truth about the man is even more terrifying than your hypothesis. What on earth do you mean by that? Yeah, of course I'm wearing socks. They're not helping much. 1-6 is quite exceptional man. However, in London courts of law, exceptional does not equate to winning every case without exception. Ah, that's good. I guess. Soseki-san looks like he's going to cry tears of joy. Don't celebrate too early. As you are no doubt aware, in the British criminal trial, there is both a judge and jury. The judge officiates based on the letter of the law, whilst the jury offers public opinion and common sense. It is an excellent system whereby the defendant's guilt is considered from the several points of view. However, public opinion in particular is somewhat easily manipulated. Right. Criminals and corrupt lawyers, for that matter, can use it to their advantage. By any means at their disposal, contriving evidence, calling imposters as witnesses, and so on. By such underhand means, those who would want to are able to sway the jury, which means that even in the light of irrefutable evidence the prosecution can fail. But it means the wrong verdict can be passed. And sadly is from time to time, my dear madam, it is simply the reality of the situation. And that's alright. However, those indicted by Lord Van Zieks cannot escape justice. Their fate is sealed. Oh my. Though the adjudication may see them leave the courtroom with their freedom, within months they all disappear. It is most striking. Disappear? But how? By all manner of misfortunes, sir. Perhaps they are trampled under a passing carriage. Perhaps they fall into the Thames and drown. Perhaps they are suddenly overcome by rage and fever. Or perhaps attacked by a highwayman. Don't scare the hell out of him. Like, this man is already dying from fear. No. All examples of the reality of events here in London, I'm afraid. Mr. Naruhodo. I knew it. I'm dead. Dodo. Dodo? Done for. Doomed. Maybe not yet. If I'm gonna defend you, you will be saved. Because I'm a main character. Well, you can still die probably, I guess. Sorry about that. When you said accursed lodgings before, you were referring to your room at the Mr. Gary Depp's house, I assume. Do you mean to say you believe the place is cursed? It's been a year now since I came to Great Britain. Oh, you've been a year. But you stayed at Gary Depp's for a week, I think. But I only been at London a week before I started to notice strange feelings in myself. That didn't take long then. Everywhere I looked, there were foreign faces staring at me, laughing behind my back. I was sure people were talking about me. I started to become nervous about going outside. They were always staring at me, all the time, from dawn till dusk. So I asked myself, shut myself away in my room, but even that didn't help. The fear wouldn't go away. You must have been very lonely, having been away from your homeland for such a long time. Yeah. I've had to move a number of times, most recently to that room on Briar Road, a week ago now. Yes, why did you choose there? Seems a little inconvenient. The rent is cheap. I have so little money. It appealed to me straight away. Of course, I asked why it was so affordable. The landlord just simpered and said, "The room is cursed." Oops. He quickly tried to cover his mistake, but it was so late, so I told him, "If you have something to say, then say it. But if not, don't mention it in the first place." Well, he just slept, I guess. Yes, well said. But it was true. It was all true. You mean, the room really is cursed then? Even since I moved into that windowless hellhole, my sleep has been plagued with nightmares. I wake feeling as though I'm being choked to death. Wow, maybe you should move out? Are you sleeping better now in your new bed, by the way? And in my waking hours, people are stabbed in front of me as I walk down the street. I'm branded the killer, thrown in prison. Nobody wants to know me. I'm surrounded by scary, sinister spirits. If only there was someone, just one person on my side. Can nobody find it in his or her heart to believe in me? Really? No one at all? I guess we can. To believe. Yes, to believe. Mr. Sholmes? Ah, me, Mr. Naruhodo? Pray, what can I do for you? Leave with a cat. I wonder whose cat that is. It's feeling as if you've been choked. Maybe the cat was just sitting on your face as you were sleeping. I literally saw a video on YouTube. A woman said like that she was having problems with sleeping and also having problems with breathing. And actually I think it was a man. It was a long time ago, and he set a camera on beside his bed to see what was happening during the night. What do you think? It was a cat. His cat was coming and sitting on his face, like. That was so funny. On your neck, screaming. That's cute. He's like, "Feed me, human." So yeah, I also watched a very funny video of a couple. They were sleeping. I think woman was also like saying that she had a little bit of troubles with sleeping. Her fat cat was. It's so funny. The video sped up as they are sleeping, and the cat is all over the place. Like it's first it's sleeping on the pillow near her, then it goes to lie on top of her. Then it's like it changing positions. Oh, it was so cute too. I need to find it. If I will find it, I will definitely share it on Discord. You guys shall see it. One of the cutest and just adorable things I've seen. I know that would definitely be annoying to me. Sleep is very important to me. I was very grateful for Nolan not to disturb me much when I was sleeping. She was a great cat. But you just can't help to find it cute when they do this. The Buria. The Buria. Ah, that case. The one with the snake. Almost, yeah. Well, yes. At the time, I was the suspect, but you believed in me and listened to my side of the story, and you helped us to investigate. I did. Did I? Interesting. What I want to know is why. Why did you believe in me? Believe me. Yeah, true. I mean, they can't talk. You just can't understand them. I see, yes. You mean... because you were a grimly dressed, shady Eastern fellow found with the victim in a locked room? Well, if you like, yes. I'm a little surprised that the answer requires explanation, my dear fellow. It's quite simple, really. You said, I didn't do it. But I could have been lying. Surely you must have had your doubts. You must have suspected me a little. I think perhaps you have misunderstood. I neither recall believing in you, nor in that which you were telling me. What? You see, the only things I believe in are those I choose to believe in. Well, when you live with pets for a long time, you start to understand them in a certain way, at least. Of course, not everything, but some things. Like what they behave, like what they want, when you should stop like doing certain things to them, like as petting. So yeah, cats do understand. I'm not sure they understand 100% though of what you tell them or do, but they do understand at some extent too, especially when they live with you for some time. What? What do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? I make up my own mind about what is to be believed and what is not. If I should like to believe in something, I do. The circumstances can hang, as far as I am concerned. But I could have betrayed your trust. In that case, I should have made an elementary error of judgment, nothing more. Betrayal of trust is an overused excuse, in my opinion. Meaning? Whether or not one should trust another is, in the final analysis, down to oneself. It is a matter of whether or not one can trust oneself. Yes, he's right. He's right, a locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. I still don't get it. What do you try? Like, what is... Whether or not I can believe myself. I can believe myself, but I'm not sure I can believe others. Kazuma. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. You are so right, Kazuma. So beautiful. Well, my dear fellows, it is time we were leaving, I believe. Already? But we haven't decided yet. Are we like gonna do it or not? A restaurant? Are you inviting? Would you care to join me? Why not? If you're paying. That is. It's nice how he's inviting us to a restaurant while we are standing next to a defendant who's gonna spend his night in this cold, dark room alone. Cell. It's a cell. It's not even a room. Oh dear, there's never enough time, is there? Ever, unfortunately. Mr. Natsume, if you'd like, in the trial tomorrow, I'd be happy to represent you. What? Lock-up student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. As I said, I only experienced the British courtroom for the first time yesterday. And although the man I was representing was found not guilty, I lost sight of something crucial. Something crucial? What to believe in? The defendant, justice, or the truth? How to believe even. But I think I finally worked it out. I've decided I must believe in myself above all else, to trust my instincts. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. And my instincts are telling me that you, Mr. Natsume, are innocent of this crime. And it's imperative that we prove that in court. Welcome, student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. I will fight for your innocence until the bitter end, with every weapon available to me. So I hope you'll permit me to represent you tomorrow. What was the crime again? He stabbed, well, someone stabbed a woman in the back. Yeah. She survived. But whenever saw her, she's in hospital. And she didn't come to senses since then. As I said when we first met, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who will listen to me in my native tongue. Of course, Mr. Natsume. Does this mean all this time you're talking in Japanese? It would be fair to say, Mr. Naruhodo, that your mind was, in many ways, made up from the outset. A kid, she wakes up. No. I mean, wouldn't really help either because she was stabbed from behind. She couldn't see her attacker. You merely needed the events of today to fully realize it. Yes, I think you're right about that. It's been a roundabout journey, but I got there in the end. I hope there will be happy forever. Mrs. Sato. Yes? Would you be willing to stand by my side tomorrow and help me in court? Absolutely. As I said this morning, you may consider me your personal judicial assistant. Even if one of them stabbed her. I don't think it happened. They had the whole fire going on there at 5 p.m. exactly when stabbing happened. So I don't think she was stabbed by them. Plus, I don't even know who We were never told the name of the woman. And I don't think the old lady knows the name of Random Mary. I mean, knows Random Mary in the city. Exactly. Those cheeks are too cute. The shocking events of yesterday's trial still weigh heavily on my mind. But it's time to stop looking backwards. Kazuma believed in me, and Mr. Sholmes believes in me now too. So it's time. Time that I learn to believe in myself. Soseki-san has no one. He's all alone. So it's my job to help him, to fight his corner tomorrow in the courtroom with all the strength I can muster. I'll do that. But next time. Let's save. But off camera, probably. Yeah. Okay, guys. I think I should call it a day today. I wished we could get to the court before the end of the stream, but this game really likes to drag. No trial, no smoke. Yeah, I mean, you should be happy there's no smoke. You were really unhappy about it last time. I need to do some sit-ups. You can't end it. Nah, I can't. This is the best part. I can end it at any point. Sorry. Okay. I'd like to thank you for joining me tonight. Yeah. It was nice to say that. At least some control over my life. Is it though? Not much. Because most of the time when I say, oh, I will stream, I literally was thinking maybe I should stream until 3 a.m. It's 4:40. So I still played over the time that I planned. And that's like happens all the time. Yeah, guys, thank you very much for joining me tonight. I don't know about you. I just like the series of the games. It's cozy, and even though it's dragging a lot sometimes, I do enjoy it. So I hope you too. Tomorrow, as the schedule says, I guess we're playing Shadow of Colossus, right? Yeah. See you there if you're interested. Wish you all good night when it's gonna be a night for you, and see ya.